Okay. All right, so the time is now 7 o'clock, so let's start the live stream. Check it out. I will now call to order the regular City Council meeting of April 27th, 2020. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this meeting is being held electronically, and members of the council are participating remotely, pursuant to the council's electronic participation policy and to practice social distancing. Public access to the meeting is available on the local government access channel 8 for Comcast and Xfinity subscribers and on the city's YouTube channel online. Public access is also available by telephone by utilizing the call-in numbers posted on the meeting agenda. All callers will be muted and may only comment during the times allotted for public comment as indicated on the agenda. Those calling in and wishing to speak to council may text 303-450-8757 to sign up to provide public comment. Please indicate if you wish to speak during public invited to be heard or during the public hearing on CB 1944. If you prefer to not text your name to the clerk, please speak up and indicate your desire. Antonio, can you mute your mic? Got it. If you prefer not to text your name to the clerk, please speak up and indicate your desire to provide public comment when prompted at the appropriate times. Once you have been recognized, state your name and address and provide your comments to the council. Council members are not automatically muted, but it is a good practice to mute yourself when you are not speaking to reduce background noise and echoes. Thank you all for following these directions and for maintaining meeting decorum tonight. Joanna, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Leidy?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Here.
Councilmember Witkovich?
Here.
Councilmember Peterson?
Here.
Councilmember Downing?
Here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Goff?
Here.
Councilmember Duran Mollica?
Here.
Councilmember Escabel?
Oh, I muted him.
Here.
There we go. Thank you. So please stand as you are able and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, we are at response to citizen inquiry. City Manager Geyer, are there any responses this week?
Nothing this evening, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any agendas or deletions to the agenda? Okay. All right. We have a few proclamations tonight. So I'm going to go back to sharing.
Nothing this evening, Mayor.
Thank you. Any agendas or deletions to the agenda?
Okay, our first proclamation is for Arbor Day. So here we go. The proclamation will be given to our park staff as part of the Tree City USA program. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton, excuse me, proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in the state of Nebraska. And whereas 2020 is the 148th anniversary of the holiday, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas trees are a valuable natural resource that improves air and water quality, decreases energy costs, reduces stormwater runoff, decreases soil erosion, provides habitat for wildlife, reduces noise levels, and adds to the natural beauty of the city. And whereas the city of Northglenn has been designated a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation for the past 29 years and desires to continue its tree planting efforts. Now, therefore, I, Meredith Leidy, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby proclaim April 27th, 2020 as Arbor Day in the City of Northglenn and urge all residents to celebrate Arbor Day by supporting efforts to plant, maintain, and protect trees and woodlands to promote the well-being of this and future generations. Dated at Northglenn, Colorado, this 27th day of April 2020. So I know Amanda Peterson is with us tonight. Amanda, do you want to say anything about Arbor Day?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sorry, it took me a moment to find both the mute button and the video button.
That's okay.
But I just want to say thank you for proclaiming today as Arbor Day here in Northglenn. Residents should be seeing a video. Staff were still able to plant a tree and are working with our communications team on a video highlighting Arbor Day and that tree planting. We appreciate the community's ongoing support, and our forestry team is ready to go for another spring season and additional tree plantings as this year proceeds. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. Okay, our next proclamation is the National Day of Prayer, May 7th, 2020. We do have some guests, I believe, on the line, and so I will read the proclamation and then we will invite them to speak. Whereas a National Day of Prayer was first observed by members of the Continental Congress in 1775, and President Truman later signed a joint resolution declaring an annual National Day of Prayer in 1952. And whereas prayer has helped people pull through struggles and fears of every kind, and also serves as a wonderful way to express love, gratitude, and concern, whether in private or amongst family and friends. And whereas we currently face unique challenges and are unable to gather in houses of worship, yet we must not cease asking for added wisdom, comfort, and strength. And we must especially pray for those who have suffered harm or who have lost loved ones. And whereas throughout our nation's history, leaders have urged residents of faith to pray for our land and for those who defend our freedoms at home and abroad. And whereas National Day of Prayer is recognized by Coloradans and Americans of all cultures, religions, and backgrounds, and those who participate will join in prayer to reaffirm our course as a democratic nation with the promise of liberty and justice for all. And whereas we unite with fellow residents to exercise the freedom we have to use prayer to seek guidance, provision, protection, and purpose for the benefit of every individual and for our community as a whole. Now, therefore, I, Meredith Leidy, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, do hereby proclaim Thursday, May 7th, 2020, as a National Day of Prayer in the City of Northglenn, and we encourage every resident of this community to give thanks, whether your particular place of worship is a church, synagogue, temple, mosque, home, or other hallowed place, for the freedoms and blessings we have received and for continued guidance and protection. Dated at Northglenn, Colorado, this 27th day of April, 2020. So I just want to confirm, I believe we have Do we still have 3 different people?
We do. And so Kay Madden, I believe, is on the line. So if it's okay, I'll go ahead and unmute Kay.
Yes, please. Welcome, Kay.
Thank you for
Thank you.
the proclamation.
Thank you. And which church are you with?
Church of the Beloved Ecumenical Catholic Community.
Thank you for being with us tonight. Did you want to say a few words about the National Day of Prayer?
I just have always participated when I worked for the city of Northglenn. We gathered around the flagpole, and obviously that won't happen to this time. But I have such good memories of that when all the churches came together and that we prayed together. And so we'll be doing that virtually as well and looking at all of the elements of National Day of Prayer. We need to look at our unity and our peace, and I'm grateful for that.
Thank you, Kay. Is there a way that our residents can participate virtually with you? How would they find that information?
At the Church of the Beloved website, it's churchofthebeloved-ecc.org.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Our next guest, Joanna.
So we have Isan Riyahi, and he should be unmuted now.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for being here. Would you like to comment on the National Day of Prayer?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and the council members. This day of National Day of Prayer, it's as we all know, different and hard for some of us, people of faith, not being able to practice as usual. And it does coincide with the month of Ramadan that we're celebrating. And as you mentioned, Mayor, that regardless of who we are and what our faith is to get together. And I want to tell you a beautiful story that happened just yesterday in Northglenn, where we had at the mosque, we had a donation drop-off for people in need that we will repackage later. And we had so many people coming in of different faiths with donations, and they even wanted to volunteer to give the food later on this week to the community. And it just goes to show that regardless of our faith, we're in it together, especially in this time of need.
That is very true. Thank you very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you so much.
And who do we have next?
And the third person is Deacon Taylor from Immaculate Heart of Mary Catholic Church, and Deacon should be unmuted now.
Hi there.
Hi.
Thank you very much. Hi. Thank you again for the proclamation. Appreciate it very, very much.
Well,
I would just like to say that the National Day of Prayer kind of is like a bit of a slap in the face in a good way every year to remind us that we all really have more in common than we sometimes think. And so the National Day of Prayer is the time that we're able to, focus on the fact that we're in this together and that we do share so much with each other. And especially we share the need. We share those who are in need, and we share in a way to help those who are in need. So thank you again very much.
Thank you for being here.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so our next proclamation, we have quite a few today. Let me get to the right screen. All right, Public Service Recognition Week is coming up. And that is the week of May 3rd through the 9th. Whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels. And whereas these public servants do the work that keeps our nation working. And whereas many public servants, including military personnel, police officers, firefighters, healthcare professionals, and others, risk their lives each day in service to the people of the United States and around the world. And whereas, while some public servants are very visible in the community, others work behind the scenes to ensure that services are available to residents. And whereas public servants include teachers, doctors and scientists, bus drivers, nurses, safety inspectors, social workers, laborers and sanitation workers, technology professionals, administrators, and countless other occupations. And whereas without these public servants at every level, continuity would be impossible in a democracy that regularly changes its leaders and elected officials. Now, therefore, I, Meredith Leidy, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby proclaim May 3rd through 9th, 2020 as Public Service Recognition Week in the City of Northglenn, and encourage all residents to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels. Dated at Northglenn, Colorado, this 27th day of April, 2020. So, City Manager Geyer, do you have a few words to go with this proclamation?
Certainly, Mayor Lady. Thank you for this recognition. I think, this is a proclamation that we celebrate year after year. But I think this year, it really hits home to the importance of public servants in our community, and so many employees here at the City of Northglenn working hard day in and day out to keep our community safe. But I want to draw attention to our teachers, doctors, and scientists. I know so many teachers are working to adjust to remote teaching, and that's not an easy task. And our doctors working in our hospitals and clinics, and scientists really striving to find a cure and find advance where we're at with COVID-19. And so I just want to thank you and appreciate the support that we have from our community here in Northglenn. We couldn't do it without the residents here in the city, and look forward to continuing to serve. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all that you do. Okay, our final proclamation of the night. The Northglenn Historic Preservation Commission, Northglenn Historic Preservation Foundation, and city staff work to preserve the history of the city year-round. Northglenn is fortunate to have two structures listed on the National Register of Historic Places: the Stonehawker property, Theed Farmhouse, and St. Stephen's Lutheran Church. The groups are currently working on historic preservation projects for the Deza Estates neighborhood. So we have Archaeology and Historic Preservation Month in the month of May. Whereas the Colorado Historical Society was founded in 1879 with the mission of engaging people in our state's heritage and history through collecting, preserving, and discovering the past in order to educate and provide perspectives for the future. And whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, encouraging economic growth, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. And whereas Archaeology and Historic Preservation Month is a celebration of our state's heritage, highlighting special preservation projects, historical sites, and local community initiatives. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role history plays in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that has shaped us as a people. And whereas the City of Northglenn appreciates the efforts of History Colorado and the Northglenn Historic Preservation Commission to preserve and celebrate our state and community's history and educate people about significant events that have shaped present-day Colorado. Now, therefore, I, Meredith Leidy, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, Colorado, hereby proclaim May 2020 as Archaeology and Historic Preservation Month in the city of Northglenn and urge all residents to recognize the historical contributions and preservation efforts to ensure that future generations can maintain a connection with our shared cultural legacy. Dated at Northglenn, Colorado, this 27th day of April, 2020. So I know we have some members of the commission on our city council, but I was wondering if Councilmember Downing wanted to say a few words.
Thank you. It'd be my pleasure to accept this proclamation. I know the commission and the foundation worked very hard to continue the integrity of what we want to preserve the best in our community and elsewhere. So thank you very much for the proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work as well. Okay, we made it through the proclamations. Thank you for your patience. They were all very important this week. So we are going to move into presentations, and we have a guest with us, Dr. John Douglas, Executive Director with the Tri-County Health Department, is here with a COVID-19 update for us. Dr. Douglas, thank you for being here. Oh, we're going to unmute him somehow.
Am I better now? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
sorry about that. You'd think I would know how to do this after 10 Zoom calls a day, but
I know.
Well, thank you guys very much for inviting me. Really a pleasure to be with you this evening, especially since it was Arbor Day and National Day of Prayer and Public Recognition and Archaeology proclamation, so particularly an opportune time. Heather has been probably one of our more active managers in terms of making sure we provide data that your community needs. And Julie, of course, is one of our backbones, being on our Board of Health when she's moonlighting from city council member. So, I really want to thank Northglenn for your engagement. What I thought I would do tonight, I hope I'm going to touch the right bases, is just sort of give you an overview of what Tri-County has been doing, where things stand. And Heather, was someone going to be able to help me pull up these slides?
Yes, the mayor will be able to drive your PowerPoint for you.
Gosh. Wow. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, you're welcome. Happy. All right, here we go.
So I want to take some time for questions, but I wanted to kind of give you an overview of where we stand. Next slide, please. Thank you. I want to give you a little bit from our perspective of the rationale for the movement to the safer at home situation, which was launched today in Colorado. The executive order was released last night by the governor. We're still getting information about that. We received the state health department's public health order that accompanied this earlier today, and we received some business guidelines that I suspect will be changing over time. I want to talk a little bit about what we have been doing about public health orders. As you've undoubtedly heard, we made the decision with our Board of Health, including Julie, and along with other health departments in the metro area, to slightly delay the transition from stay at home to safer at home. And I wanted to explain to you what that was all about. And then I want to give you a little bit of a flavor of what we do when we're not getting into all this public health order stuff, the work that we're doing for the community. Next slide. I want to give you a data background. Julie, I apologize, you've seen these before, but I thought this helped me anyway kind of frame where we stand. So this is some information, if you haven't seen it, or maybe you saw it about a week ago, the governor presented this. This is a modeling study that the School of Public Health has been doing, and Dean John Samet has really been very instrumental in pulling together a team of statisticians. As a public health director, this has been incredibly helpful to me because there's models of all kinds happening in different places. And this one allows us to use Colorado data, which is a big advantage. And it also allows us to be able to interact directly with the people doing it. So we can say, yeah, what about this and what about that? And then they can go back and help us answer questions. Now, what this is showing you is the white vertical lines, and this is only going through the early part of April. but this is what was being used when the governor pulled his safer at home transition together. Through early April, maybe about the 6th or 7th, those white vertical lines is number of cases. And the model had predicted we were going to have substantially more cases than that. And what the colored lines indicate is the degree of reduction that we would have, the degree of reduction from what had been predicted. So this is a variation from a weather report, if you will. We don't know if it would have happened. It was a model. It was a pretty well put together model, but it was still a model. And so the dean's team estimated, and you can see red was about 75% and green 76.5 and blue 78. They're fitting the curve to the observed data in the lines. The conclusion was we got down to about a 78% reduction, meaning that we, by various things, bars and restaurants closing, schools closing, us staying in our homes, we were able to reduce fairly dramatically the amount of contact we had with each other. And that is highly likely to be the explanation for why that curve didn't go up and why we didn't have a surge and even potentially an exceedance of our hospital capacity. Next slide, please. Thank you, Mayor. Now this sort of translates numbers of cases into two other things. This is what would we have expected to see in terms of total hospitalizations. Now on the left side and on the right side is what would we have expected to see in ICU bed needs. And let me focus on the ICU bed needs because that's really kind of where the potential for difficult choices would come up if we didn't have enough ICU beds to serve people. We currently have right now about 1,800 beds that we can use or will be able to use for ICU COVID-related services once we start doing elective surgery again today, which we did start today. And you can see that if we had social distancing of various degrees, 35, 45, 55, 60, 65, you can see that we would have really in all of those circumstances gotten more than halfway between 0 and 5,000. The highest point of the curve, I don't have 1,800 marked on there, would have been exceeded. Now it would have been later, we would have probably seen that thing go through the roof with 35% on social distancing in July and a little later at 45%, et cetera, et cetera. Mind you, if we'd had 0%, we would have seen it. We would have already seen it. But we, with these various degrees, show you how it was pushed off. But it also shows you that no level up to 65% would have done it on its own if the North Star is preventing ICU beds being overwhelmed. And again, the reason we use that as a marker is that that's when one might get into difficult having to make tough choices. This person gets to have a ventilator. This person doesn't. That means that second person probably would have died. Next slide, please. Now, this is busy, but this is really the crux. And I'm sorry, I prepared these slides, as I already mentioned, for our Board of Health meeting last week. And they're probably not the best formatting, but it was what I could do quickly. What I want you to sort of see here is there's three categories: levels of social distancing, 45, 55, 65. And then we've got 6 scenarios. And the key number to focus on is the peak ICU bed need. So I just showed you the curve with 65% social distancing in that kind of upper right-hand box where we would have gotten to the needing 3,000 ICU beds, which is substantially more than the 1,800. The modelers then begin to look at other ideas. What if you had 65% social distancing and you had people that were over the age of 65 or those with underlying disease pretty much stay home? As the governor said, your May is like your April, but he didn't say your June and July and your August because it might be quite prolonged like that. So that gets you down to about 1,380, which is below that 1,800 threshold. If most of us, 50% of us, wear pretty good non-medical grade masks most of the time, the dean estimated 50%, you'd get it down even further. And then if you had better case isolation and detection and isolation, the kind of work we're doing, but we're doing it with insufficient staffing because the cases have gotten high enough, you'd see it at about 1,500. Now, those are all, I didn't explain that very well. Those are all individual additions, social distancing plus older adults, social distancing plus mask, social distancing plus isolation. The next two scenarios get into combos. And this is really where you begin to see marked reductions in ICU need. You get down to, with masks and improved case detections, down to that magic number of 653. And then if you combine everything, you get it down even lower. By the way, it's only when you combine everything together, scenario F, that you actually, with less than 65% social distancing, stay below the 1,800 threshold. Now, this is statewide, by the way. I didn't say that. This is not Northglenn or Adams County. This is statewide. And what I'm trying to paint for you as a picture, if we go from 78% to a safer at home model, even with adding these other things in, older folks staying home, mask wearing, improved case detection and isolation, there's not a lot of room for error. And so monitoring what we're doing as we begin to go into the more close to normal situation, to make sure that we're wearing masks adequately, to being sure that we can have support for older adults staying at home, et cetera, will become important. Again, if the model is correct, and it's going to be adjusted over time. So not a lot of margin for error, if you will. Next slide, please. Now I want to just run you through data. This is not Northglenn data, although we might be able to pull up some of that at the end. I just got an update on that this afternoon. So these are Metro Denver counties. Denver's in green, Arapahoe's in orange, Adams is in blue, right in the middle with Jefferson, Boulder in red, and Douglas in yellow are down at the bottom. And then Broomfield, because it's actually, as you know, a smaller county, is the smallest in terms of numbers of cases. So we just crossed, we're about to get to 14,000 cases statewide, and the metro area has got about a third of those. And as you can see, Adams County, around 1,000 is about 1/13 of that. And then we'll scroll to the next slide, please. And the colors are the same. And these are deaths. And so we've got now, as of this afternoon, 706 deaths in Colorado. These were slides from last Friday morning, so they don't add up quite that much. Color scheme is about the same. Denver and Arapahoe at the top. Adams with 50 as of last Friday, around Jeffco in the middle, and then Douglas, Boulder, and Broomfield closer to the bottom. Next slide, please. Everybody who lives in one place wants to know how they compare to another place. And again, this is not Northglenn City data, but it is your county, Adams County data. And this is looking at cumulative cases. I've already shown you sort of the totals, but this just sort of lets you see how it stacks up. And not surprisingly, Denver and Arapahoe are in first and second. Weld, I didn't show you. Weld's in third right now. Interesting, because Weld, of course, has taken a somewhat different slant toward reopening, but they've actually got a pretty high caseload. And Adams is in fourth, just above Jefferson, right around the same as Jefferson in this particular comparative graph. And you can see that these 5 counties really dominate what's happening. Next slide, please. And this is, again, showing you now the same county schemata by deaths. And once again, Arapahoe, Denver, Weld, El Paso, a little higher, Jefferson, Adams. Adams is in the 6th place in terms of number of deaths. Again, just context since the beginning of the epidemic. And one thing I need to point out is everything I'm showing you so far is cumulative. It's not last week. It's not the last 2 days. So if it looks high, these cumulative numbers always get bigger. Everything could just stop and things would be flat. Or if everything began to go down, they would stay flat. So just keep that in mind when they look big. You can't really tell what's happening in your city, your county, or state by cumulative numbers. And I'll try to show you a better way to look at it with the next slide. So this is Adams County now, probably a better way to ask, hey, what's happening right now? And this is numbers of daily cases. And you can see these daily cases in the last 2 weeks or so are varying between about 30 and about 60. And you might say, gosh, that's a big variability. And part of the variability is testing. We're not doing nearly enough testing. And the testing we're doing may happen differently on different days. More problematic for us as we try to analyze this is the testing results sometimes come back at different times. Sometimes it's the next day. Sometimes it's delayed by a week. And these are the dates the testing was reported. So that big one at the very end, we got a bunch of delayed test results. And so on the one hand, it looks like, oh my gosh, everything's getting worse. It might be getting worse, but that's probably an example of where delayed testing results means a day-to-day variation is very hard to interpret. Next graph, please. Now, this is looking at what I think is in some ways a more important, because it's more serious, but it may also be more reliably measured indicator. And this is looking at hospitalizations. Once again, this is Adams County data. Now, that top graph is your cumulative number. Blue is non-ICU hospitalization, and yellow is ICU hospitalization. And again, Adams County is around 300 as of last Friday, and ICU was about 100. And those are cumulative, so they just keep getting bigger. But the bottom graph, which is the little bar graph thing, same color coding, but this is daily variation in hospitalization. Now, this is where it begins to appear that there might begin to not only be, if you will, kind of a leveling out, but the beginning of a downward trend. I mean, we'd have to kind of do some fancy line fitting to those bars going up and down. And it's probably still too short a period of time to say, oh, we're really getting out of the woods in terms of the hospital. But I do think that even though the cases are going up, or at least not going down completely, the hospitalization does appear to be going down. I suspect that's largely because a lot of the hospitalization and deaths was being driven by long-term care facilities, at least earlier. And as we have begun to do a better but not sufficiently good enough job, we're still seeing those facilities have outbreaks. I think that's going to probably help our hospital rate go down. Next slide, please, for graph. And this is to try to give you a little bit of a flavor about how things break out. Once again, Adams County by age group, and maybe more importantly, by race ethnicity group. In fact, let's just cut to the bottom. So of the, as of last Friday, 1,100 Adams County cases, 29% white, 61% Hispanics, 4.6 Black, and 5.1 Asian. But what I really want you to see is the rate, the crude rate, and the rate of hospitalization. So this is where the disparity story that you've heard from other cities begins to get painted in Adams County. So the rate in Hispanic Latinos is 2.8 versus 1.1 in whites. These are all cases. Blacks 2.3 versus 1.1, Asians 0.1 versus 1.1. So in all three of those, if you will, non-white minority groups, one is seeing higher case rates per capita. If one looks at complications, I mean, it's one thing to get COVID and just to feel crummy and stay at home. It's another thing to get sick enough you go in the hospital. And here's where, once again, we see a fairly major disparity by race ethnicity. The rates in Hispanic Latinos is almost 3 times higher than what one sees in whites. Blacks is even a little higher, and Asians is higher yet again. Now, there are a lot of not really well sorted out explanations for these sort of disparities. Part of it may be a higher rate of underlying illnesses. If you live in a situation where food insecurity is an issue and you don't eat the healthiest food and you end up being overweight, which is a proxy for things like diabetes, then you may be at risk, all other things being equal, if you get sick, to be hospitalized. This may also be a proxy for whether you can stay at home. If you work like I work and sitting in my basement, then I don't have to go out and be exposed as much as someone who's a grocery store worker or who's working in a nursing home or somebody who's a nurse in a hospital. So one has got variable abilities to stay safe at home by one's income and by one's socioeconomic status, and that's probably playing a role as well. Next graph, please. So I mentioned at the beginning, one of our big goals is we're not going to wipe out COVID with social distancing. The virus is going to be around until we get enough population immunity. Herd immunity is the term we use, either by natural infection, which would be pretty devastating because we've got a number of case fatality rates hard to measure, but it's at least 1% and maybe higher than that, or until we get a vaccine, which we're 18 months away from. So what we were really trying to do is to keep things from going bonkers, getting out of control, so that we could more carefully manage things when we had a more back to normal situation. And if somebody got sick, there would be an ICU bed for them. Or frankly, if somebody got in a car accident and they needed an ICU bed, it wouldn't be full of people with COVID infection. You'd have a chance to have other kinds of illnesses taken care of. These are our last Friday's comparisons of hospitals across our 3 counties. And what you can see is that available medical and ICU beds has been going up, or I'd say honestly, in some ways, remaining fairly stable. That's good in a way because that means that we're not seeing a surge that's taking those away. The other graph, by the way, is showing ventilators. And that one's impressive because everybody in the country was scrambling to get ventilators. We're still scrambling to get personal protective equipment, as Julie will tell you. But we think we've done a better job with ventilators, and we now have got the 781 number is how many we've got total, and the 249 is how many are actually used. And you can see that that gap between what do you have and what are you using is actually getting bigger. That means the reserve is bigger. That means the surge capacity tolerance has gotten bigger, which is terrific if we still have large chunks of the population who could get infected and we could have second and third waves. Next graph, please. And this is just another way of looking at it by hospital. What are your total ventilators? What are your ventilators in use? And so North Suburban Medical Center, you can see not far from you guys, got a pretty good ratio of reserve ventilators. Platte Valley up the road, pretty good capacity. St. Anthony's North, pretty good capacity. Really, all the hospitals, there's no real outliers in here in terms of having things almost at critical capacity in any of these hospitals. Next graph, please. I do want to comment briefly on the long-term care facility issue. I got an ask a lot of questions about this. For those who, frankly, were not in favor of a longer staying at home measure, a lot of questions came up. Gee, aren't we sacrificing a lot because most of our illness is in people from long-term care facilities? And there was a well-publicized number in the state that almost 50 or over 50% of total deaths are due to people in long-term care facilities. But in fact, when you look in Adams County, for example, only 6% of cases totally right now, only 8% of those that hit the hospital overall, and only 5% of those hitting the ICU came from long-term care facilities. That is true in Adams County. Almost 40% of the deaths are due to that group. But the big picture here is that lots of people who need ICU care, lots of people who need hospitalization are not coming from long-term care facilities. These are people living out in the general community, many of whom have underlying health conditions and some of whom are older, because again, you can be at risk for being older, whether you're in a nursing home or not. But I think it's important to say, you know, these islands of our elderly is not really what's driving in a lot of ways the morbidity that we see in the community.
Doctor, can I ask you a question on the slide you had before that list current available ventilators? Is that strictly related to COVID or is that under any circumstance?
This is all ventilators. And I think right now, Becky, I think that was Becky.
Yeah.
But most of the ventilator use is for COVID. Julie, I don't know what it's like in your hospital. Certainly at Denver Health and University where I've heard the most, it's mostly COVID, although not all. Because somebody could have a massive heart attack or be in a car accident and still be on a vent.
I was looking at those numbers from Children's, and that's what caught my eye.
Yeah, that one that was 00 is kind of weird. That was Children's Hospital South, and I don't think they've started any ICU care down there. And that was an over snapshot. And this is just another way of giving you the same story, letting you see the trend. And, you know, the numbers are not real high day by day by day by day by day, but I think there's certainly not going up, and it's at least flat or maybe even slightly trending down. Once again, we are really deeply concerned about this population. We set up last Monday a long-term care facility task force. The state has set up a long-term care facility strike team to try to do a better job. So we're absolutely not out of the woods. And as the state begins to open up elective procedures in hospitals or outpatient facilities, there's some fear that we may get into a competitive issue for personal protective equipment. Our long-term care facilities have had not enough. And if big hospital purchasing capacity really in some ways outcompetes them, that could make that situation a little more problematic. Next slide. I think that's all the graphs. Yeah, so I just in summary, when we met with our board last Friday, we said, look, the metro area really, certainly the North Metro area, is really an area of active COVID transmission. Our cases and hospitalizations are flattening, but they really haven't begun to significantly decline. And we've had some improvement, things like better supportive long-term care facilities, better testing. We've gone up, by the way, from about 2,500 a day to about 3,500 a day statewide. We've introduced masking, although I'm not sure that we're getting better. Anecdotes say once the governor said last Monday, it's time to be safe, safer at home, a lot of places the mask came off. Now, when I go to senior hour at my grocery store, there's a lot of us wearing masks, but I think in a lot of other places that may not be the case. But other ones, like our contact investigation capacity is really something we urgently need to get better. So last week we said, look, we really need to make sure we don't drop off too much with our social distancing, or otherwise we're going to get into a really tenuous place in terms of a surge. We were very impatient last week waiting for the governor to finish issuing his guidance because we didn't have much time. We felt like we needed to do any kind of decision we did for Adams and Arapahoe County by today, even though we couldn't literally see the fine print of his executive order until last night. That made it very tight. And we think this extra time, it's not a lot, it's 10 days, will help us enhance testing. And again, testing's actually gone up by about 1,000 in the past week. And talking to the innovation response team, testing deputy, they believe, and he sounded somewhat confident, but I can't take it to the bank, that we might be up to 10,000 tests a day in Colorado by the middle of May. Again, don't take it to the bank, but we're certainly moving in a better direction. We're beginning to have better opportunities to expand contact investigation, although not nearly enough. I don't know if you heard the report this morning about a letter that was sent to Congress from Scott Gottlieb, former FDA commissioner, and another former Obama official saying, look, Congress really needs to pass a $35 billion with a B dollar package to try to create really an army of 180,000 contact investigators around the country. I mean, that would be absolutely fantastic, and that would be a way we could really control things. And you know, we're not even beginning to think in those terms, but we certainly are beginning to have some ideas about how to increase it. And that would be as important as anything. 35 pages of business guidance came out today about how businesses should get ready for safer at home. And it's a whole lot easier to just say, stop, just close down, than it is to say, now you can be open, but you have to be open with certain parameters. And the governor says we're going to enforce those parameters more than we did stay at home, although the we is up to public health and maybe some local law enforcement if things get out of control. And then we felt really strongly that, and certainly the Adams County commissioners that I talked to in detail felt that this would make a whole lot more sense if we did something of a slightly extended nature if it was done uniformly. That is, don't do pockets of a county. Don't even do one county. We sure wish Weld County would join us. We don't think they will. Be better if Arapahoe did. It'd be better if Denver did. It'd be better if Broomfield, Jefferson, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's a big part of the reason why we, in our two counties that had such high levels, decided it would make sense. And our orders and how we did it is quite similar to what Jefferson and Boulder and Broomfield did. Next slide, please. So what we did, and our board voted last Friday to approve that we continue the stay-at-home order through May 8th. It's not a long time. It's frankly a somewhat arbitrary time. There's nothing magic about it. It's what we thought was a better balance than today in terms of allowing us to get actual transmission under control, even if measured or cases begin to go up as we do more testing. We were going to modify that to provide or allow, and this has been allowed to start today, curbside pickup for non-essential retail stores. A lot of the big stores, Dick's and Kohl's and whatever, they were doing this anyway. It was hard for us to enforce it. But, Pat's Flower Store or whatnot couldn't do that because they were non-essential. We thought that was unfair. We'd give a small business a chance to begin to get back on its feet. Again, highly coordinated with our neighbors. Not quite as coordinated with Denver, but it's still pretty consistent, and we all have the same time frame. We got asked a lot of questions about should different pockets be allowed to have different standards. We got asked that about the eastern part of Adams and Arapahoe counties. We got asked that over the weekend by the city of Brighton. And frankly, it was for such a short time period, we just didn't know how we could operationally do that, do it equitably. If we did it for one area, but another area had just as lower rates, would that work? And what would the clarity be? I mean, would we do it by city council member district lines? Would we do it by county commissioner lines? How could one do that? So we haven't made everybody happy by sticking with that principle, but that was the rationale for doing it that way. We're working very actively with CDPHE to expand testing and contact investigation, and we've had a great collaboration with the other Metro LPHAs and our local partners to help refine the state, I said pending, but the state's now issued them today, business-specific guidance. I think this is going to be the trick, is figuring out how businesses can do this, and we can really go back to work and not be irrationally exuberant and just go nuts and not really do good social distancing. So I think, let's see, next slide, I think that may be the last one. Oh, like what else are we doing anyway? So I just want to say that we carry out a number of core functions, surveillance and data analysis. We've got an actively growing website. Every time we get a good idea from someone, Heather's been giving us a lot of good ideas. We try to accommodate those either with web-based materials or county or city-specific analyses. We carry out case investigation. Again, we're up to over 2,000 cases, so it's been an enormous slog for what turned out to be an initial team of 5 communicable disease epidemiologists that's now been expanded by drafting nurses and environmental health people. We've got a team of about 30, 35 now. We do outbreak investigation and oversight for places like long-term care facilities. A lot of effort in terms of public information. The public this is a unprecedented situation in the lifespan of almost any of us. We haven't had a pandemic like this in over 100 years. We haven't had a disaster like this that's going to go on for this long, 18 months. And so getting good information to people about how do you avoid catching COVID? What are your symptoms? How do you get tested? Should I get tested? That's been a particular example of confusion. At first we said, get tested. And then we said, well, wait a minute, hold on. We don't have enough tests. You should only try to get a test if you're sick or if you're a healthcare provider or if you're a first responder. Otherwise, just hunker down at home and try to self-isolate, which was a really confusing message. And then finally, we have spent a lot of energy trying to cooperatively but effectively oversee public health orders, and that's really a work in progress. I've also mentioned some collaborative things we do. A lot of this is done with the counties. The county's got a great structure. We worked with the emergency operation manager on issues about medical surge, alternate care facilities. You've heard about the facility at the Denver Convention Center. Probably won't need to be used, but it's ready if the surge comes back. We attempt, but it's been a struggle to help coordinate and adjudicate requests for personal protective equipment. We also attempted to help coordinate and expand capacity for testing, although that remains a work in progress. And then we've been working with county groups on the major issue of security as unemployment has risen, as well as shelter, and particularly shelter for persons experiencing homelessness who may need to be isolated or quarantined. So lots of stuff that we don't lead, but we're part of because it's sort of an important part of the overall response to the pandemic. I think this is the last one. And then Mayor, I don't know whether Heather had it. I actually do have an hour before the meeting data from Northglenn if people want to see it, but I could also stop and just answer questions if you'd rather, because I've kind of gone on.
Councilmember Brown.
Doctor, I'm curious, when we have a homeless person going into the hospital, they were found in Northglenn. Does that number hit the Northglenn numbers, or because they're homeless, it hits a separate homeless bucket? Do we track homeless different than anybody else? Yeah, we do. And I didn't show you that. We actually have only had a handful Okay.
But we do indicate that they don't have a permanent address. I don't remember if we call them homeless or no permanent address, but we do indicate them separately.
One other thing, I have 2 families on my block who more than likely had COVID before we started testing, and they are interested in the antibody testing. Do you know when Colorado will start some of that testing or anything like that?
So it's sort of starting sporadically in different places. And I'm not actually sure which facilities are doing it. Some of the counties have started doing it for their first responders. And I know Becky Stride, the federally qualified health center, is going to start doing antibody testing next week. Now, beware that antibody testing right now is considered to be highly desirable, but highly unknown in terms of its reliability. If anything is the Wild West in terms of COVID, it's how well antibody tests perform. There was just a study that was released yesterday that said there was a group, I think it was at Stanford, that evaluated 104 of these tests, and only 4 had parameters that one might be considered to be relatively reliable in terms of if you had it, it's positive. If you didn't have it, it's negative. So I think it's a tool we're going to be able to use soon, but I don't think it's ready enough. So if your family, people on your street get tested and they're positive, that's probably real, although we still won't know if that means they're immune. They're probably immune for at least a while, but so it's an evolving field with lots of questions in it.
I have one more question, and then I'm not going to ask any more, I promise. As I'm watching the numbers, and I really am watching it because I have employees all over the world, okay? Mm-hmm. So as I'm watching the numbers and the admissions are going down, but the deaths are skyrocketing, right? And that's what I've noticed about Colorado. We are losing more and more people every day, and it's not just 20 people at more. When I first started tracking it, it's taking big jumps now. Because we have so many people passing away and our admissions into the hospital are lower, is that what is considered the curve, flattening the curve?
Well, not really. I mean, actually, Becky, deaths actually have been going down. They bounce around. And part of the reason they bounce around is that not everybody who dies related to COVID has actually gotten tested and reported. And there was a decision, I don't know, a week or so ago to try to begin to add or to consider counting people with probable infection. So if I died in a nursing home where 10 other people had it and I never got tested, now I'm going to start to be counted. So that's created a little variability in that. But I think what's probably begun to happen is that the numbers of deaths may vary depending on the surge of the epidemic. As we do testing in more and more people who aren't so sick, the rate of death, you've heard the case fatality rate being debated. What is it really? Depends on how many infections there are. In Colorado, it's about 4%. As we test more and more people, that's probably going to drop because you may still have the same number of people die, but you'll know about more of the people who actually had it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It actually does.
Any other questions for Dr. Douglas? Councilmember Wilford, Mayor Pro Tem.
Hi, Dr. Douglas. Thank you so much for being here this evening, and thank you for all of the ways that you've worked with our communities to protect health and safety. We saw Wheat Ridge pass a requirement that residents must wear a mask when they are inside an essential business, and I know that Westminster is having that same conversation this evening. Douglas County aside, is Tri-County Health considering an order to require residents to wear a mask when going into an essential business?
So this is probably the same thing I talk to people the most about today, Jenny. I think, and by the way, Wheat Ridge, I was told actually the council said overrule the manager and decided to pull that back. But I know Westminster's considering it. Aurora's considering it. They talked about it tonight. Actually, Lone Tree is considering it. They're worried about Park Meadows, although Park Meadows is probably not going to get open right away. Castle Pines, again, small Douglas County communities. We're talking about this. 5 cities in Boulder, I'm told, Boulder County are thinking about it. I think the question is, I think it would be a good thing to do. And I think it would be a good thing to do because we think masks are largely important because they prevent transmission from me to you. And if you've got essential workers in grocery stores with clients coming in who are not masked, it's the grocery store worker that is therefore going to be at more risk than the person who's not masking. We got scarred in a big way by that Walmart event in Aurora. And I don't really know why that happened, but it's certainly a wake-up call, I think. To be honest with you, I guess the question is, what's the right level at which to do this? I mean, Wheat Ridge did it as a city ordinance. And Aurora was thinking about doing it as an ordinance, but apparently they discussed it tonight and decided, oh, we'd rather have the health department do it. And I'm smiling because at least in some areas, the health department is held in low esteem because of our, ordering people around and this kind of thing. And I told the Lone Tree manager and also the Aurora manager, it would probably be I think it would be a good thing to do. I think and especially, look, I think we're going to need to be wearing masks for the next 15 months. Okay. But I think if we could begin with a shorter period of time to give us some more breathing room to begin to further lower this, it would be good. To be honest with you, I worry we've gotten criticized in a number of quarters, frankly, and I don't mind people criticizing me, but I think it, in the minds of some, has reduced the clout of public health. It's like, those people that are telling us what to do, those unelected bureaucrats that are telling us what to do. And I guess I worry a little bit about whether or not if we were to do that on top of having just done a stay-at-home in the counties, if it becomes yet another, example in a minority of communities of bureaucratic overreach. What's the right unit and what to think about and the right way to message it? I told the managers, if everybody signed up and sent me a letter saying we really need a public health order to do this, then it would be, I think, easier for me to go to my board and easier for my board to be able to say, yeah, we support that. And I had great board support last week, but I do think this crescendo, and it's probably a minority of voices, but it's still crescendoing of, public health overreach kind of thing. So I don't know, have you guys begun to think about it or talk about it? Or are you going to do that tonight? Or
we haven't talked about it, but it's certainly something that I hope that we will consider.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think an order from the public health department is a lot better than a patchwork approach with smaller communities and larger communities. So it's something I hope we discuss.
Who would be responsible for administrating that? I walked into Safeway this weekend and 3 of the clerks had their masks on all the way down here. So whose responsibility is it? Except for that I did go after one lady in the meat department. That's a whole nother story. But whose responsibility is it to administrate that?
Well, and it gets back to who's the responsibility of overseeing the safer at home or the stay at home way. And honestly, this has been mostly voluntary, please do your duty and be a good person, and a complaint driven process. And some of the people that have come to us have been law enforcement saying that when a store complains, this jerk won't wear a mask and he's coming into my store, and we had a person sick last week and our staff's already nervous, and it would help them if there was some ordinance or public health order to be able to do that. As we began to talk it through, it was once again going to be probably more business enforced. And if you've got a business where the staff aren't wearing masks, that's a problem. But since this is at least in part, if not in large part, a worker protection issue, you're on the front lines, you're doing the groceries, we need the food. The least you can do is wear a mask, is to sort of frame it as we've just begun thinking about it. No shirt, no shoes, no service, no shirt, no shoes, no mask, no service. And it could be, potentially enforced a little like that, excuse me, ma'am, really need to have you wear a mask here. Can you go home and get one? Or, maybe some stores would even have one. I mean, that's a lot to ask a store to do, but this whole dimension of how we regulate human behavior and who enforces that is challenging, to say the least.
If it was a regular time in the world, I could see us as council people standing in front of Save-A-Lot or Safeway or Walmart and saying, do you need a mask? You know, I noticed you don't have one. Do you need one? Not me, but someone young like Jenny could do that, or Julie. Yeah. But I mean, in normal times, I would hope to be able to do that. And I do have suggestions for us as a city moving forward. But we can't do that right now because there aren't those extra supplies, even of the flimsy masks, right?
Well, I mean, you know, a lot of the stuff's homemade, and there's the Colorado Mask Project that's making them available. We're having enough trouble, Becky, tracking PPE, the kind that we need to wear in hospitals and nursing homes. We haven't begun to track what's needed in terms of other kinds of masking. So far, I mean, you know, Walmart, when we closed them down they already had masks, but they're obviously their big store, the biggest in the world, but I haven't heard of that being a problem in terms of stores. And although now we're obviously talking about patrons, and
right.
And that's a different matter. And so you do get back to the enforcement issue.
I really do appreciate you answering my 5 million questions.
Well, I love your questions.
Any more questions for Dr. Douglas? We really appreciate you taking the time to join us at the city level. You've done an excellent job of updating us on the county level. I've been on many of those calls, but it's an honor to have you with Northglenn. So thank you for being here.
Well, thanks, Mary. Thank you for advancing my slides. I've never had a mayor do that before. Okay.
Do you do these as a weekly update or anything like that, or?
Well, we give the county. Adams has only got us doing it once a week. The other two have it twice a week. But anyway, very nice to be with you guys tonight.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Okay, take care.
Okay, so our next item of business is related for sure. City Manager Geyer is going to do a COVID-19 response update.
Thank you, Mayor. And in the interest of time, I may have you skip a few slides, so don't be alarmed if I say skip.
Okay.
Dr. Douglas did a great job walking through the scientific, more medical related aspects of COVID-19 response. And so what I'm going to do is walk through what the city's done at our level. So you've seen this slide before. The President Trump had issued guidance, an order for stay at home until April 30th. We've been operating under Governor Polis's stay at home order that was lifted on April 26th. And now we've moved into a safer at home phase as part of the overall COVID-19 recovery. Tri-County Health, as Dr. Douglas mentioned, issued an extended stay at home order through May 8th. And that date is not on this slide because I did not have it at the time that I put this PowerPoint together. So that date is Friday, May 8th. And then just a reminder that the local emergency declaration that the mayor initially issued and then city council extended went through April 17th, but at the recent April 13th meeting, city council extended that to until further notice of when council terminates that emergency declaration. And at this point in time, I don't have a projected timeline of when that'll occur. But certainly we'll figure that out as we move forward. Next slide. City facilities continue to be closed until further notice following state guidelines. We continue our coordination really on a daily, if not hourly basis with Adams County Office of Emergency Management and Adams County Manager's Office, and we continue to provide essential services. And I'm really proud of staff in the different ways that they've been coming up with ways to be creative in service provision. Next slide. So the next couple slides are really just the visual images that Governor Polis has been using to help communicate where we're at and why. So I'm not going to go through all of this, but if you look towards the middle, April 27th, today begins Safer at Home. And As Dr. Douglas mentioned, curbside pickup delivery began today, and that really gets to the heart of the non-essential businesses that have not been able to be open. As long as they're taking the necessary precautions, they're able to move forward. And then you see the May 1st date, which is when retail and some personal services can open back up. And then May 4th is when, as long as businesses are implementing the best practices of social distancing, office work can resume. Next slide. I know the governor has said this a lot of different ways. His guidance, it continues to be no gatherings over 10 people or more. Sick people may not go to work, and that we need to limit non-essential travel and continue to social distance at 6 feet apart. He has gone as far to say this isn't an invitation to have a barbecue or parties with the lifting of the stay-at-home order. And so we really encourage residents to continue to hunker down as we get through these next 2 weeks with the extension by Tri-County for stay-at-home. We want to make sure that our vulnerable populations are safe, and the governor recommends that they in particular don't go out unless absolutely necessary. But we've got great resources that we'll talk about in a minute to where neighbors can help neighbors and really honor that stay-at-home guideline for our vulnerable populations. Next slide. It's important to wear a mask when outside, and it's also important to wear a mask when you visit retailers, such as a grocery store, when you're not able to practice social distancing, when you're in an office setting. I have my mask here with me in the office. I wear it when I get out of my car and come into the City Hall building, wear it in certain parts of the City Hall building when I'm not able to adequately social distance. So we really encourage you to make sure that you're taking that step to protect yourself and to protect others. Next slide. You've seen this slide before, 6 feet, no shorter. A little bit longer is probably better, but at least 6 feet in terms of social distancing. Next slide. This is just a reminder of wash those hands. And I know the governor talks about making sure, you really wash them, and you see chapped hands, dry chapped hands from washing them so much. So make sure you're doing at least 20 seconds, and that's a key part. And if you're not able to wash your hands, to use some type of hand sanitizer as a disinfectant. And then just a reminder, hashtag Doing My Part Colorado is the COVID-19 state website where you can find statewide information. And then Adams County has a COVID-19 website as well that you can see there, adamscountycovid19.org. And then next slide, Tri-County Health, tchd.org also has a wealth of information on their website. They did add a new component just within the last week. Mayor, if you forward the slide, just one. I'm not going to demonstrate it for you, but you can go on to their website, and when you click on case updates up in that upper left quadrant, you can then find the option to zoom into neighborhood data and find out a little bit more about the cases within a neighborhood setting. You can't look at specific addresses, but you can get a sense of whether or not there are cases within certain geographic areas around the metro area. Next slide. Our partners at Adams 12 School District, they are closed for the remainder of the year, physical locations, but are continuing their remote learning, and really give a shout out to them. As I mentioned earlier, I know it's a transition for teachers to go from a classroom setting, which so many of them love, to that online remote learning, and just want you to know we're cheering for you and behind you during this transitional time, and know the end of the school year is right around the corner, but really support you. Next slide. So as we move through the different phases of this COVID-19 response, we're beginning to start in what I guess you could call the recovery phase. So we're going to talk tonight about the new normal plan, and what's guiding our new normal plan here in Northglenn is guidance from the state and CDC guidelines. We'll dive into it more. It's the last item for discussion on the agenda, but I think what I want the public to really understand during this presentation is it's a phased reopening approach, and it's not a return to normal. I often get asked, why do you use the phrase new normal? And really our normal was what it was prior to COVID-19. And so when we refer to new normal, it's what's life look like since COVID-19. Next slide. So you've probably seen banners popping up around town, standing apart together. This is our Northglenn crowd visual. We continue to see young people utilize the color sheet, strands of lights popping up here and there. Next slide. That's a great way to show your community connection and unity. You can go ahead and advance, Mayor. So we have this really amazing program for Northglenn seniors. It's a prescription delivery program. And I was completely shocked when I asked for stats today, and we've only had one resident utilize this program. This program started on April 7th, is open to residents 65 or older. And we will have officers in field training, recruits pick up your prescription. We have more guidance on the website, but if you call 303-450-8892, there's 4 participating pharmacies. The King Soopers at 104th, the Walgreens off of 120th, our Safeway also off of 120th, and our neighborhood Walmart off of Washington Street. So all you need to do is call and set up a time with our police department. Call your pharmacy and let them know that you're coordinating that with our Northglenn Police Department, and pay for your prescription over the phone, and an officer would be more than happy to deliver your prescription to you. This program is really designed to help our seniors stay at home. They are one of our more vulnerable populations, so please feel free to utilize this program. It is free. Next slide. So excited to share that our Send a Northglenn Hug program is been overwhelmingly received by our community. We have purchased over 1,200 signs, and we have about 300 of those left based on our latest order. We are going to take this program to the next level this week, and we're going to be providing a Northglenn Hug that can be sent virtually, either via text message, via social media. And I don't have the image yet, but it's basically the essence of it is you're going to be able to extend that Northglenn Hug outside of city boundaries, not via a yard sign, but via a nice little image that you can share the love with. Next slide. Jenny Murphy, our volunteer coordinator, has done an amazing job staying in connection with our food banks. Those are listed here. I believe Immaculate Heart of Mary, they're serving anywhere between, I want to say 300 to 400 meals a week. So our food banks are active, and we are seeing an increase of individuals who want to make donations to reinvest in the Northglenn community. And so we continue to connect individuals who are in that financial position to do so, to reach out to the food banks and support those if they're interested. Next slide. The big takeaway in terms of our care facilities, we have several. We have had no major outbreaks at our care facilities here in Northglenn. The police department does check in on our care facilities on a weekly basis, and then they keep me apprised of whether or not there's any issues. As of last week, we had one care facility, and I'm going to forget which facility it is off the top of my head. They are in need of some PPE, and so the police department was going to coordinate that with Adams County Office of Emergency Management. Next slide. Telephone town halls have been heavily utilized, and we just wrapped up our third one here last week. We do have a next telephone town hall scheduled for May 6th at 6 o'clock, and I believe Diana will be reaching out to City Council here soon, if not already, to get you lined up. We're going to hope to engage City Council in this next telephone town hall. But you can see that we typically have between 570 and 900 participants. So it's one way that residents have found to be helpful to them to stay connected with their city government during COVID-19. Next slide. At our last city council meeting, mayor and council, you provided direction to me to take a very cautious and conservative approach and utilize the high impact scenario as we move forward in really analyzing and identifying what steps the city needs to take financially as a result of COVID-19. We will be bringing back additional information to City Council at our study session meeting upcoming here next Monday. And I would say go ahead and skip the next slide. In terms of city services, we continue to provide essential city services. You're going to hear me talk later when I talk about the new normal overview about how we're going to start bringing back non-essential services in areas that we can do that safely for employees and the community. And so we have unfortunately had to cancel large events in June. We are going to be looking at doing something food truck related in the fall if we're able to, but Food Truck Carnival is canceled. Derby Day is canceled. Council gave us direction recently to use a 6-week look ahead time. So as we move into the next couple of weeks, we will be making a decision on 4th of July. That's an event that we're staying in contact with many of our neighboring communities on, and I think you'll see that that's something that will be done on a regional level. You can go ahead and skip the next slide. Real quick, wanted to just remind residents that we have a Facebook Northglenn Cares page, and this has been a great way for residents to reach out to each other and ask for help when they need help, or ask for help on behalf of someone who may need something. So if you have an elderly neighbor or a relative, you can get on this page and ask for support. And I know it's actively monitored, and I've seen examples of where individuals jump on and they are willing to help out our community members. So it's really makes you proud to live in Northglenn. Next slide. This Help Colorado Now page is related to COVID-19 relief. And if you're looking to help financially support the efforts statewide, you can visit helpcoloradonow.org. And earlier, when we were acknowledging Arbor Day, next slide, we do have a video on our Facebook page that I believe has been shared where our forestry team, they do a tree planting. They walk residents through how to appropriately plant a tree. And you can see one of our staff members here has his proper PPE on, gloves and a face covering. Next slide. So this is a collective effort, and we can't do it without our first responders, our police officers in the Northglenn PD, our first responders, North Metro Fire, and then our frontline essential staff who are working in day out. I do want to take the opportunity to make note that we are receiving complaints on a couple of fronts. The first complaint is about speeding traffic, high excessive speeds across the city. And certainly the police department is actively patrolling. However, with stay at home and safer at home, nothing has changed with our city speed limits. They still apply. So please use caution when you're traveling. I know that it's easy to think that less traffic on the road, you can get someplace faster. Please drive the speed limit. Additionally, we have received complaints about fireworks. And I just want to remind residents that fireworks continue to be illegal in the city of Northglenn, and we have a mandatory minimum fine. Residents can call dispatch if you hear fireworks and want to file a complaint. We will send a police officer out if one is available. But please be a kind neighbor and do your part in not shooting off illegal fireworks in the city of Northglenn. And with that, I'll just wrap it up and say thank you to our partners at Adams County, Tri-County, our neighboring communities. This has been a huge effort and an ongoing effort. I often tell staff this is a marathon, not a sprint. I feel like we've done a ton of sprinting in the recent days, but so thankful that we have the regional collaboration that we have. We're unique and fortunate in that regard and couldn't do it without our partners at Adams County. So you will see these banners around town as well. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Does anyone, Councilmember Brown, unmute and let us know.
Heather, from a resident standpoint, right? Governor Polis came out and said that starting on the 26th or the 27th that we would start this slow rollout. And then Adams County and Brighton said we were going to continue to stay the course until May 8th. Does that mean that our businesses are not doing curbside delivery like at the Kohl's is Thornton, at the marketplace if I wanted to go like to Office Depot or something like the PetSmart? Does that mean that they can't do that on non-essential items, or they can do it on non-essential items?
It depends. And so the framework to think about this is whether or not it's a critical business or non-critical business. The curbside delivery is really opening up access to retail. So previously under the stay-at-home order, if a business was classified as non-critical or non-essential under the governor's order, now they likely are. Debbie Tuttle, our Economic Development Director, just sent an email with guidance to our business community today. And so sometimes we have to take a step back and, okay, what is the type of business? The key thing to know is with the non-critical businesses that can utilize curbside pickup, they have to meet certain conditions related to social distancing, limiting the number of individuals in a store, and then use of PPE, so face coverings, gloves as appropriate. And so I can't just give you a blanket, this applies to all businesses, but the goal is to have businesses reopen as long as they're working with the guidance from the governor, and then that being carried through by Tri-County Public Health.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you know, Heather, if Northglenn High School is still going to do lunches through the summer, breakfast and lunch?
Oh, good question. Through the summer, I don't know. For any of my staff members who are on the line, do you know the answer to that question? I can find out from Pat Hamilton. I know through the end of May, the end of the school year, but I'll double check.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Heather or anybody else that might have this information, do we know if there's an increased demand at food banks?
I would say yes. I can't give you the specifics for every food bank. Diana, you're on the call. Do you have more details that you can provide? Maybe she's not. So yes, is the simple answer. And so that's why we've been trying to drive individuals who want to give financially to our food banks, because that's a really great way to make your donation really impactful at a very local level. So I can talk with Jenny and try to get more specifics as to what each food bank is looking at pre-COVID to current, if council would like that information.
Can we do anything as a city? Or put that in the next conversation?
Absolutely. So what I would recommend is I sent an email to council, I believe it was late last week. The city is slated to receive funding from Adams County through the CARES Act. So because Adams County consists of a population of 500,000 people or more, Adams County is receiving a direct disbursement, if you will, of CARES Act funding, just over $90 million. I spoke with Ray Gonzalez this evening, and the county's already received those funds. And so we're going to be reviewing an IGA with Adams County and bringing that forward to council as soon as possible. Probably the earliest meeting is May 11th to do that. The county commissioners tomorrow at their meeting are going to be considering a method or approach to distribution of those funds to the localities such as the cities and towns. So of that 90 million or so dollars, that's just an approximate range. The plan is right now, the county is going to hold on to about 55% of that because there's certain obligations they need to meet in terms of funding to go to Tri-County Public Health Department, other county programs related to health and human services. And then I believe they have plans to stand up certain programs. So there's a chance we could always get a second distribution in the fall if they have money left over. But essentially the money that we'll receive consists of a 45% pot. So the 55 plus the 45 make up the whole pot. And we're slated to receive approximately about $3 million. So my plan is to bring that conversation to council next Monday. And what I'm hoping to capture in terms of information, and please share thoughts if you'd like me to think of something else. I'm going to try to capture all of the different impacts thus far. So what are there's different requirements in this document that I sent out as to how the money can be used. And so what I'm going to capture is what we can utilize funds for to cover more operational expenses, such as the telecommuting and other maybe not so public facing community expenses, and then bring forward some considerations for council. So we know the community foundation is being impacted with the cancellation of food truck. And so is there a way to help do something creative for them? There are some pretty specific restrictions. So we can't backfill budgets with these dollars, but we can use the funding for expenses related to food delivery to residents that support the stay-at-home public health orders. And there's some other things. So I really envision next Monday's conversation to be one of a brainstorm and creative of here's what gaps and needs you're hearing and seeing within the community that maybe we're not addressing or maybe not addressing at the level that council wants to address. And then figuring out if we can utilize some of that funding to do that. We'll have to spend the funding by December 30th of 2020. And based on the IGA written today, there will be some type of reporting mechanism that we'll have to do with the county. But Ray's goal, along with the county commissioner's goal, is to get this approved tomorrow and then get us money as quickly as they can. And so once council adopts that IGA, we can they can basically wire us the money, transfer it electronically, and then we can utilize funding to support our COVID-19 response. But there are specific guidelines. So if you haven't read that document, I'll reattach it in the memo that I put together for Monday night. But we're going to have to walk through it because there's very specific language as to you can do this, you can't do this. And but really, essentially, it's everything March 1st to December 30th we can utilize in terms of what our COVID response looks like in the different categories.
So Heather, while we're on that topic, correct me if I'm wrong, but is there an option to use it for the small business grant program?
There is, Mayor, under 5, if you're referencing this handout, again, it was a PDF that I emailed out either Thursday of last week. Number 5, first bullet says expenditures related to the provision of grants to small businesses to reimburse the cost of business interruption caused by required closures. So that is an option for council to consider.
Okay. It just seemed applicable to tonight's agenda. So.
Oh.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Brown.
Heather, when we're talking about the grant money or the 3 million, okay, I don't even know whether to call it grant money or anything anymore. All right, so we said that the money's there, right? And after we do our IGA, do you think we'll have that money within like a week?
Oh, we'll have it faster than that.
Really?
Yeah.
I think that's interesting because I want to go shopping.
I mean, Ray assured me, I asked him that question specifically, how fast can we get our money? And as soon as council adopts the IGA, I can let him know that. And then his finance staff can send Jason the money electronically.
Okay, that's important to know. So, yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Heather, what I'm hearing is that should we approve the IGA on, you said May 11th, that we may have that funding available as early as May 12th or 13th?
Don't hold me to it if it's like May 12th at like 8 a.m. in the morning. But yeah, I mean, Ray said that the turnaround time will be really quick. So
okay, so a couple of weeks.
They're not going to cut a check. They're not going to cut a check, which is going to, yeah. So once I have the IGA, Ray knows to get me the money and yeah. And his goal, and I think this is true for the county commissioners, is to get these monies into the organizations at our level so that way we can start utilizing the funding to benefit our communities. That's the whole goal. And Adams County has been very collaborative in terms of their approach with these funds and how they're distributing them. And again, if there's funding left over as we get into the fall, he said that they would likely do a second distribution. But even the money that the county's looking at standing certain programs up, we can collaborate with them and help support. And I'm sure that many of those programs are going to benefit our residents as well.
Great, thank you. And I just ask that, as we move into considering how we want to spend this $3 million in support of helping our community weather this crisis, that we really take a moment to pause and check in with some of our stakeholders. And I don't know if that means pulling folks together and having a larger conversation about, different ideas that folks have for how we can be creative and really intentional with, getting the biggest bang for our buck here, B, helping the most folks possible, and C, being as responsible and transparent as we possibly can be. So that's one thing. And I also want to make sure, I so appreciate staff recommendations. And I think that they have a lot of great ideas and they are on the front lines serving our residents every day. And I just want to make sure that we have space for council to think big and creatively as we figure out how we want to address this.
Absolutely. And that's really the intent of Monday night's conversation. So I'm going to bring you recommendations, but don't take them as this is what you have to do. They're going to be recommendations, but I will put questions in my memo to prompt thinking of what do you see as an important aspect as a council member of what our community needs to address?
Councilmember Goff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to really get this straight in my mind. If we pass CR 78 or 79, the grant and the loan program for our local businesses tonight, this money that would be coming to us from the county could possibly be used to pay for that, or because it seems like that would be retroactive, or not.
Correct. You can earmark those two programs if you approve them as the funding comes from the CARES Act fund.
So we would have to wait until we get that money in whatever you're saying, 2 weeks to then turn around and give it to our businesses.
I believe what you can do, and Corey, you correct me if I'm wrong in saying this, you can, in your motion on both items this evening, you can specify the funding source. So right now, the funding source is one-time reserves out of the general fund. And so that $1 million is built into the supplemental appropriation and CIP carryover that you're going to make a decision on tonight during the meeting. And so what you can do is you can be very specific about what the funding source is, and then we would execute on that appropriately. So don't think of it as so much as a retroactive piece, but a timing consideration. I think, and Corey, jump in here if you disagree, you can take the action this evening, earmark it for the source of funds, and then the IGA has to come forward to council. You execute on the IGA. And so really at the end of the day, we're going to be bringing $3 million that we don't have into the city. We'll log that as revenue. We'll also have to classify it as an expenditure. So it's like a in-out. The key thing to understand though, is if council decided to utilize CARE funds, you would not be tapping into the one-time reserve that has been discussed up until this point.
The only thing I would add in terms of timing, and I'm going based on the guidance document that was provided, is that the trigger isn't when it's spent. The trigger is that it's for things that weren't accounted for in the current budget of the city. And certainly this was not accounted for in the current budget of the city under the CARES Act.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And the funding, I can't stress enough, the funding, the CARES Act funding cannot be used to backfill budgets due to revenue decline as a result of COVID-19.
Right.
Thank you. I think that's a really important distinction, and we're going to continue those conversations this evening. Heather, do you have any other items here? Or can we...
I do not.
All right, we are going to move to public invited to be heard. This is an opportunity for public comment on any item not set for public hearing. Statements are limited to 5 minutes per speaker. Statements must be related to city business and limited to matters of community interest. So, Joanna, do you have any comments that were submitted by email prior to the meeting?
I do. I actually have 3 sets of comments.
Great.
If you allow me to read those now?
Yes, please.
All right. So the first comments were submitted by Chris DeMay, and I'll just read them verbatim. This is regarding the City of Northglenn Elevate Small Business Grant Program. To Northglenn Mayor and City Council, thank you for the opportunity to address you and allowing this to be read to you. Tonight, I'd like to talk to you about the Elevate Small Business Grant Program on the agenda. While I wouldn't normally support a program like this, we are experiencing very unique circumstances with the COVID-19 pandemic. These circumstances require us to step out of the box and do things a little differently, and I think this program is one example of that. Many of our small businesses are struggling, and it's through their generation of sales tax and job creation that allows our city to function and provide services to the residents. In the past, the city occasionally has provided tax incentive programs to attract new businesses to Northglenn. The Elevate grant is a way to help some of our long-term businesses through these trying times. I'd like to ask you to consider two things when you are discussing and voting on this program. The first thing that I'd like to ask you to do is acknowledge and appreciate the position previous city councils have put you in tonight. It is through their foresight, fiscal responsibility, and understanding of how quickly economic changes can occur that you are able to fund a program like this. Their hard work maintaining and growing the reserve fund balance has put the city of Northglenn in a good position to help it weather the storm, while many other cities in the metro area are laying off staff and cutting services. The second thing I'd like to ask you to do is make a minor tweak in how the grants are paid to the recipients. I'd like you to consider making this a 2-month rent payment assistance grant without changing the overall grant award amount. The way it would work is, instead of paying for an entire month's rent or mortgage payment, you split the award in half over 2 months' time. The first month, the city would provide a grant of up to 50% of the rent payment, not to exceed $3,000 to businesses that qualify. The second month's grant award would be dependent on the grantee providing the city with a receipt stating the entire previous month's rent was paid in full. Once this is provided, the city will award the second half of the grant the following month. It should be pretty easy to determine if the grantee paid for 50% of their rent and used the grant money as intended, due to the fact the city is requiring their rental agreements as part of the grant application. This would help ensure the funds are being used in compliance of the terms of the grant program and possibly have a longer, long-term impact on our small businesses. I'd like to thank Debbie Tuttle and the team at City Hall that worked on the Elevate grant program. They have been very thoughtful putting it together and done a number of things to make sure the grants are used as intended, and the businesses applying for the grants are providing the documentation showing a true need of assistance. Thank you for your time. Chris DeMay, 9913 Alamo Drive, Northglenn, Colorado. The second statement is from Jim Lynch. Good evening, I'm Jim Lynch, 722 Muriel Drive. There are some issues that I have with CR 78, the Elevate Grant Program. I believe that our program, if we do a program, should be commensurate with what most of the cities throughout the county are doing. That is a low or no interest loan program. I have to question whether the program may be too little too late for some of these businesses, as was discussed in the Denver Post today regarding bankruptcies, even with the incentive programs that exist now, in which case we would be throwing good money after bad. I've been a landlord for many years, and it seems to me that any landlord worth his salt would allow some extensions and some wiggle room for a solid tenant that was either going to receive money from the federal government or was applying for the second infusion of cash, which is said to be coming. I've been to many grand openings and ribbon cuttings in my time, and many of the franchisees who would qualify for the program also own several stores throughout the state. I would have to believe that they are solvent enough to survive this, at least better than the mom and pop merchants. According to the scientists and the learned medical people from the CDC, the pandemic may lie down during the summer and re-emerge again this fall and winter with a vengeance. The clown car in Washington, D.C. denies this as they do every other scientific precept, including climate change. Droughts in the west and floods in the east. The farmers are having a tough time with the crops. Meat plants are contaminated. At present, the farmers are dumping milk and eggs and plowing crops under. Crude oil is being given away. Our 401ks are in the toilet. The leader of the Senate, meanwhile, babbles on about some states should take bankruptcy. If you read between the lines of a statement like that, however, you can't help but think that that portends of what we may be getting from the federal government in the future. I think that we would do well, and yes, must depend primarily on our state and local governments instead of counting on the federal government. That also includes the information that is put out there. What all of this says to me is that our less fortunate citizens may be needing the city's help in the future, even more than our merchants. Having said all this, I believe that every penny we can keep in our coffers, regardless of how solvent we think we are, can go a long way if this situation that we thought could never, ever happen does in fact turn into the perfect storm. When this all straightens out, we can then start seriously infusing money into new and existing businesses that have survived. I would remind those of you who have studied municipal management to recall the old saw that we learned way back when. It says, think globally and act locally. This thought will certainly serve us all well. Please keep these things in mind and at the very least, step back and take another look at this grant program. We all love our business owners, but we need to be even more prepared to help our tax-paying citizens who are really struggling. This is their tax money too. Regards, stay safe, and good luck, Jim. Okay, and the last statement was submitted by Kathy Novak. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'd like to speak on the Elevate Small Business Grant Program that is on the agenda tonight. I am concerned about this resolution for a number of reasons. One, the process. I think that an expenditure of this amount of money should be posted so that the public may comment. Number two, I support our small businesses and know that for our city to be strong, our businesses need to be strong and healthy. And I think we should be making wise investments of taxpayer dollars. As we all just heard, we will not be getting back to the normal that existed at the beginning of March. Using these dollars to give one-time rent assistance grants seems to be a poor investment. No other business grant program that I am aware of doesn't ask anything in return from the grantee. We have a wonderfully innovative and creative staff and council, and I have faith that you and they can come up with other ways to assist our business community. For example, intense marketing of these businesses would free up resources for these businesses. Perhaps we could assist with landscaping and grounds maintenance. This could also reduce their costs as well as positively impact the community. We might be able to offer tax rebates for meeting certain criteria. We could offer tax incentives for the landlords who forgive rent and lease payments for their tenants. Number three, I think we need to identify the drivers for our local economy and be sure that we are supporting these drivers. Number four, finally, I'm sure that we have so many residents who have lost jobs and are really hurting. I can only imagine what they would say about $1 million bailout when they are suffering so. Thank you for your time, Kathy Novak.
Thank you, Joanna. So we also have some public on the phone. Is that correct?
Correct. First on the sign-up list is Rosie Garner. So I'll go ahead and unmute her, and Rosie should be unmuted now.
Great. Welcome, Rosie.
Hi, good evening, Council.
All right, your 5 minutes is starting now.
Okay, my name is Rosie Garner. I live in beautiful Ward 4 at 1435 Clare Lane. My comments tonight are regarding CR 78, the Elevate Small Business Grant Program. First of all, I want to thank you for this opportunity. This is a big decision tonight, one that carries not only emotional weight on each of you, but also carries fiscal impacts for both the city and the recipients. I'm respectful of your hard work and all the thoughtfulness that have gone into this resolution that supports our business community. Debbie has demonstrated the highest level of concern and compassion for the struggles they are facing and has responded directly to their needs with this resolution tonight. As you know, I wear at least 3 hats. The first, of course, is as a citizen of Northglenn. The second is as a member of the Urban Renewal Authority. And the last is my past experience as a Northglenn City Council member. My purpose tonight is to give you all perspectives from each of these angles, and perhaps in doing so, some alternative thinking as I address each of the hats I wear. I was a council member during a time when the Great Recession was just getting its grip on this country's economy. Our finance director at the time, Brent Worthington, forecasted the difficulties our municipality would be facing as this other type of pandemic spread across the country and the financial markets. As a council, we formulated austerity principles in our budgeting that address the city's health and welfare, as well as as our first priority. Those belt-tightening principles result in your healthy fund balance to this day. I'm thankful to the councils that followed us, who made the decision year after budget year to maintain and even augment that fund balance principle. To this day, my belief system for the city's fundamental priorities are pretty pragmatic: safety, infrastructure, and services. It's as simple as that. I'm also aware that in order to provide these three things, we need a stable stream of revenue. Therein lies the dichotomy and the conundrum. If put to the test, I would always choose the three factors I mentioned: safety, infrastructure, and services. These are the foundation of what makes a city and is fundamentally what citizens expect from their government. My second hat is as a member of the Urban Renewal Authority for 13 years. Over that time, I've been involved in dramatic redevelopment projects with our city that has brought us millions of dollars in retail and food sales tax. My third hat is private, but concerned and involved citizen. I'm not going to elaborate on the volunteering I love so much, but rather to point out a factor that has caused me to speak to you today. I read all the documents, staff reports, and the thorough forecasting that Jason Loveland provided to give context to this resolution tonight. So here are my concerns. As a private citizen, I'm concerned that our small town is allocating $850,000 to our business community without the benefit of an opportunity for the public to provide input prior to this evening. This is atypical for our small city, and in my mind, comparing $850,000 to the amounts offered by other cities of like or even larger size, the amount seems extraordinarily large. I'm also concerned that, in fairness, there hasn't been a partner program designed for individual resident relief as some other cities are offering. The health of our business community is paramount, certainly, but it ignores the needs of our citizens who also are struggling and may not have the resources the business community has from multiple sources. From a NERA standpoint, we have provided a great number of BIG and BUOG grants, but never without matching funds from the applicants. In the same vein, we've incentivized both small and large businesses to either remain or come to our city to do business. These incentives are never without some kind of performance criteria tied to the success or longevity of the business. It guarantees that we're not simply throwing money at the wall without any protections to the integrity of our NERA budget. Lastly, as a council person, it seems reasonable that the ability of the city to provide services and a safe living environment would be considered by you first and above all else. But you are now considering a program that responds to the current COVID-19 situation that has questionable long-term impacts on our business community and subsequent revenue stream because we don't know if each recipient will recover successfully. At least 3 of you have never gone through a budget process in your position. The city's needs are great and ongoing in all departments. The full impact of a prolonged lack of revenue hasn't even been experienced in this city, and the beauty of our substantial fund balance is now recognized as a blessing. As reasonable elected officials, it would seem that in this situation, this ample fund balance should be preserved and protected as much as possible to be used as a safeguard in this uncharted and unpredictable territory, as it was intended. We simply don't know what the economic future holds, and austerity should once again be in the forefront. I understand that there will be CARES money from the federal government in the future, but there's no guarantee of the amount or the timing. Will it cover the reduction in our fund balance? There's no guarantee. Please remember, you're using the taxpayers' money without any responsibility on the recipient's side except to prove that it's used for leases. I want to emphasize that I'm a firm advocate of our city's businesses as critical components to our revenue stream and vitality of the city, but I'm suggesting that this program be a loan program instead of a grant program, much as other cities are doing, that would require some kind of performance criteria over the short and long term.
Rosie.
Those criteria would be utilized as measurements for
please?
loan forgiveness, either in total or by percent. So with that said, I want to reiterate my points briefly and I'll be done. Number one, there hasn't been an opportunity for public input. Number two, by allocating such a large amount of money to this program, Council doesn't seem to be prioritizing the risk it's taking if the lack of revenue stream is prolonged and the recipients of the grants cannot recover for other reasons. Number three, the program as presented needs to be a loan program, as other cities are doing, along with the performance measures that would absolve all or part of the loan. Thank you, Mayor Leidy and Council, for allowing me to speak on this subject tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosie. Okay, so is there anyone else on the phone who would like to speak to Council at this time? Okay. All right. So we are going to move into communications. This will also include any updates from committees by the representative. So we will start with Ward 1. Councilmember Witkovich, would you like to begin?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. I don't really have much. I did have the pleasure of attending the North Metro Fire Rescue Board meeting that was held on Tuesday, April 21st. So kind of felt a little bit more like normal just being able to attend and watch that meeting. So that was great. And I just want to take the time to continue to thank everybody for all the hard work they're doing at the city, especially City Manager Heather Geyer. Appreciate all the updates and all the hard work. And also one more thing, in honor of Arbor Day, I just wanted to mention that my husband and I have planted 2 trees in the last week. So we're very proud of those. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you very much. Councilmember Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Using the time to connect and talk to residents and getting a nice understanding of a variety of issues that relate to the city, and getting a lot of fantastic feedback on the Northglenn hug signs. So Heather, as you indicated that those are going to step up a little bit and go virtual, it would be my hope that if we can, a lot of our residents are really, really enjoying the physical signs. So as long as that's cost effective, and if we can do that, or if we can find a way of continuing that in any way, it's really, really spreading community and getting a lot of positive feedback.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
I haven't had any meetings. I've had a lot of resident phone calls lately. Some concerns also with the speeding, some other concerns that have gone on, this particular issue that's coming up tonight, grants versus loans. I did have a lot of interaction on that. I would like to have permission from City Manager Geyer to reach out to Amanda regarding the Youth Commission. Maybe we can start setting up something like this so that we can connect again. And it may be too late since it's going to be the summer. I'm not sure. And I would like to speak to the Northglenn Cares website for my own personal, like my resident had, okay? I posted a thing in there about our small business, our Autoglass, not plugging it on this call. The citizens of Northglenn have carried us now and provided enough work for us for 2 weeks. So we've been able to hold our business going for an additional 2 weeks, which is awesome. What I'm trying to say is I love our community, and I love that they cared enough to reach out and provide a local business the chance to stay in business, if that makes sense. We live in an awesome community. That's all I have to say. I want to echo the concerns that Heather had said about the fireworks. Joyce, I don't know if you heard them last night, but it was like hi, Jackie. It was like a war zone out here in Ward 2 last night. Really loud, obtrusive, window shaking, the whole thing. It was probably Ashley's, Howl at the Moon party. But the fireworks were here, and I'd like to encourage the residents to be mindful of the other residents, and we can stop that now. other than that, I don't believe I have anything other than to thank you, Heather, for all of your hard work and everything you've done to help us maintain some sanity around this system, around this process that we're going through around COVID. I appreciate being able to pick up a phone, and there are times where Heather has said, Becky, you need to calm down. This is not the end of the world. Let's talk through it. So she's been very helpful to me, and I really do appreciate you, Heather.
Councilmember Downing.
Hi there. Don't have too much. I have been attending or participating in several virtual meetings that we had through certified local government has been hosted by the History Colorado. A lot of sharing within the communities, talking about what they can do and not do with this COVID problem. So we've been meeting at least once a week talking about these type of things. Lots of positives about the hug campaign. People just love it, so if we can continue on, that would be great. And then I wasn't going to mention it, but, just kind of a shout out to the scientific and cultural district. They have decided that if some of the organizations cannot continue with production during this time, that they will not ask for refunds, so that their funds, anything that they funded them, they will not ask for anything back. So I think that's wonderful, in the state of what we're going through. I mean, these small organizations are hurting desperately. So just wanted to share that. And then just thank you for all the hard work everybody's been doing. I know that we've been, the staff has been putting in a 200%, and we really appreciate everything they're doing.
Thank you. Councilmember Goff.
Thank you. Well, I did participate several different virtual events last week. The Community Reach Center had a webinar on understanding the impacts of trauma and wellness. That was very informative, and they are open. So if you, this is something that our citizens need to be aware of, that if you or any family member is in need of any kind of mental health support, addiction recovery, anything like that, they are open. If you go to their website, you can actually walk in and contact someone there, and they'll get you the kind of support or the help that you might need. I also participated in the Adams County Regional COVID Coordinating and Update session last week on the 23rd. There were 88 participants in that, and so the result of some of that we got to hear tonight. Then on the 24th, the Colorado Roadmap to Greenhouse Gas Reductions. That was part of the CC4CA group that I'm participating in. And they were talking about just their long-term goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the state. And then did listen to the governor's webinar when he was first talking about the Safer at Home ruling, I guess, that he's come out with. And that I just, if people, and we probably saw this on one of the slides that Heather, I think, gave to us, but you can go online and get, if anybody has any questions or concerns about that, the state has a website that's covid19.colorado.gov, and you can learn anything that you might need to know or have any questions answered there. And then again, just want to echo what other people have been saying, that our staff, I think, has been doing a great job. And I am appreciating public comment and a lot of discussion about some of the topics that we're going to be covering tonight. And that's what I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mullica.
All right. So I do have a couple updates. We did have a Dr. Cog meeting, I believe it was last week, and then I also have some NADA updates. So all these are transportation based. My first update is the Bike to Work Day has been rescheduled from June 24th to September 22nd. So that got rescheduled. I also got an update from our CDOT Transportation Commissioner. Our commissioner is Karen Stewart. And this is just what's kind of going on with transportation money in the state. And so as we all know, the gas tax is expected to fall dramatically over the next few years anyway, because of, less people are using gas. But we're seeing that there's going to be even a more significant drop in this tax because of social distancing. Their most recent forecast for CDOT is that they will be seeing a loss of $50 million in gas tax revenue to CDOT. Although they do have more data recently that suggests the impact could be even higher than that. Additionally, CDOT's portion of the state's general fund, just like all the other programs that are going to be supported by the general fund, are expected to decrease as well. So CDOT is expecting to be impacted over $100 million over this next year, and nearly $250 million over the next few years. So, of course, because of these revenue losses, we are going to be having to consider how projects are going to move forward. And so the Transportation Commission is going to be talking about this in the next few weeks, about which projects could be delayed. Specifically, most importantly to us in our region would be the project for expanding and widening the I-270 corridor. That might be put on hold, as well as the work that needs to be done between I-25 and 84th or Thornton Parkway. Those two projects are obviously the most important for our residents, and most likely going to be delayed. I think what's really interesting about, talking about these budget shortfalls is each, governmental agency is kind of assessing where they're going to be at is, this is just one of the many fallouts we're going to be seeing. Just a reminder, the state of Colorado is already estimating $3 billion shortfall. So I think what's just really important is that all of us kind of just stay on top of this, obviously be able to understand how it's going to impact, things that are really important to our residents. And then also realize that, these impacts are going to be seen across the board. We're going to be impacted. Every state agency is going to be impacted. And so it's going to be, everyone's expecting a really rough ride coming up. I do have an update as well from our RTD director, who is Vince Busick, about the N line, which is also another important thing for us. So RTD has been working with their contractor to make sure that they provide a finished handoff on May 4th. At this time, everything is looking fantastic. So this would allow RTD to do the testing it needs to do and do the additional work it needs to do with the Federal Railroad Administration and the Colorado Public Utilities Commission for safety, crossing of gate timings and things like that. So all of that work is looking good. They're really dedicated to an August/September 2020 opening, although they're not going to confirm a date, of course, because that would be too much. But they are really dedicated to opening this. And that finished work from the contractor seems to be going well. Also, don't forget, when the N line does open, that the North Area directors created a pilot fare program that will result in, for the first 6 months of it being used, it's going to be a local fare. Originally, when the N line is supposed to be opening, they wanted to charge our residents $5.25 to use the line, which is a regional fare. We got the 6-month pilot program, which they're going to fight to extend longer, which is going to be $3 a ride. Other than that, that's my transportation update. So everything seems to be kind of moving in the right direction with the N line, which is good to hear. The only other thing I want to say is a quick shout out to those homeschooling parents. I know it's tough, and I know everyone's trying to balance everything together, but yeah, thanks to, our teachers and those parents for really putting in that hard work and trying to keep our kids engaged, without school. So that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay. I can't hear anything.
You can go. I think Mayor Light is muted.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've become a whiz at this virtual meeting. I have been faithful to continue to attend the Adams County Senior Citizens Task Force meetings on Wednesdays. I also working with Adams 12 seniors on finding them some scholarships. And I also participated in the NFL draft virtually. So I don't know if anybody else did or not. That was a lot of fun.
What team picked you up, Antonio?
I'm sorry?
What team picked you up during the draft?
No, virtual participation, but the Broncos did not want me.
Okay.
So, and I want to take a moment to thank the leaders in our community, Chris DeMay, Kathy Novak, Jim Lynch, and Rosie Gardner for their input. I think it's valuable that we hear from our leaders in our community, not just, I know it's difficult in the virtual world. It's very difficult to, number one, wait your turn in line and not be able to be seen in public, etc. But I appreciate their information, their passion for the city, and I think that does it for me. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we still can't hear you. I can read your lips, luckily, though.
I'm so glad. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. All right, folks, couple of updates from me. First, I wanted to start by highlighting and thanking the incredible volunteers at the Immaculate Heart of Mary's Food Bank. They've been working very hard to continue to provide food for residents and families in need and have been regularly serving 80 families. So wanted to lift them up and really say thank you for continuing to do your work. If you have spare items that you wish to donate, please contact them and ask how you can make those donations safely. Next up, I wanted to share that as I was going out for a walk around Croak Reservoir with my son, trying to get some sunshine, I ran into a resident who was clearing out the brush for his neighbor that was up against his fence and impeded him from being able to see the reservoir. And I, that in addition to, watching some of my, older neighbors, social distance and stand and set up chairs in their driveway 6 feet apart to have a conversation and connect with their neighbors has been really special to me. And I just wanted to say, keep it up, Northglenn. You're doing a great job doing your part and taking care of one another. And if you have a Northglenn hug sign, I hear that they have been a little bit in short supply. So consider passing it on to a neighbor that you want to recognize and send some love during this time. I know they're really cute, and I actually wanted to keep mine, but I opted instead to throw it in the yard of the gentleman who is clearing brush for his neighbors. And you can pass yours along too. Next up, wanted to share that the North Metro Fire Board is hosting an election coming up on May 5th. And residents that would like to participate have two options. You can either vote in person at the fire station in Northglenn, that's either on Irma Drive or at the fire station on Huron. The other option is to download an application for an absentee ballot at northmetrofire.org. And then you'll need to, you have to go through a little bit of printing, completing, scanning, and emailing it back in. But once you've done that, the absentee ballot will be mailed to you so that you can complete it and send it back. The deadline, however, for the absentee ballot to be application to be received is tomorrow, April 28th at 5 p.m. And then just so everybody's aware, once you've completed your application and got it back in, you'll have until May 5th at 7 p.m. to get that ballot back to the North Metro Fire Board. So please make sure to step up, have your voice heard, and make sure that you're able to cast your ballot there. And then two last things. One is I wanted to echo comments made by Councilmember Escobar, thanking folks for speaking up and sharing their thoughts around our loan or our grant program. I know that it's a really tough time for folks when they're juggling so many different things on their plates to still continue to watch what City Council is doing and provide feedback to us. And so I really appreciate folks that, took the time and were thoughtful to provide some feedback for us. And I also wanted to note that Kathy Novak, although she didn't identify herself as such, she is in fact a past mayor of Northglenn, who I believe led the community through our last major economic crisis. And so I think it's important to recognize her and, make sure that she's receiving the respect that she deserves. And then finally, I wanted to ask folks, based on our conversation with the Tri-County Health Department and Dr. Douglas, is there interest from our council in sending a letter of support for a mask order?
So, can you hear me?
I hope so.
I mean, I'd love to hear what other people think. I know what Dr. Douglas did mention is that the city of Wheat Ridge did give it a try, and that I think was an unsuccessful attempt. I think what we will look at is the enforcement of it is in question. So, and I'd love to hear what other people think, but maybe even Corey could weigh in on what you think.
It is certainly something the city could do under its home rule authority, but you're right. From an enforcement perspective, frankly, the city is trying now, as I understand it, to focus on education as opposed to enforcement. And so even enforcement of that type of order would be largely educational. But the city could do other things in terms of messaging, strong encouragement, and maybe get much of the same success with a kind of taking the lead on a stronger mask recommendation. But if it wants to adopt some sort of temporary requirement, it could certainly do so.
I just want to be clear really quickly for folks before we launch into this discussion. I'm not asking for our city council to consider passing our own mask order. I'm asking if folks have any interest in sending a letter to Tri-County's Board of Health that says that we would be supportive of such a measure. Because I think, while Northglenn, we are small geographically, I think that, in the event that more municipalities join us, I think then that's when we would have the greatest impact, which is why I'm just looking to see if folks are interested in a letter.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, Councilmember Brown.
Yeah. I don't know if this is the appropriate time to bring it up, but I'm wondering if, along with education, we couldn't talk to some of our senior members. I don't remember who from council is the partner with the senior organization. Maybe, I know that from the letters I'm getting in the mail, which are so cute, they're looking for things to do. And I know that some of them are really getting bored at home. I'm wondering if we couldn't get with them and see if any of them are interested in helping us make masks. And then we would be able to facilitate handing out if we had to, because that's where an education piece comes in. You know what I mean? I thought when I was in Safeway, the woman was going to hand somebody a mask because she's standing at the front door with a mask on, which would have been perfect timing, here, use this. But that wasn't what she was there for. She was there to monitor the hand sanitizer pump so that people didn't fill up their own bottles.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So I just want to throw that out. I know we have a lot of volunteers in the city of Northglenn who own sewing machines, things like that. Maybe that's something we could do. Of course, when the doctor was online, I was asking about those, the thin masks like you got at the doctor's office. I think that awareness could help a lot with. I know they're aware, but here, I noticed you don't have a mask. Can I provide you one? Before there's a problem at the meat counter in Safeway. So I just want to pin that somewhere.
And I think we should. I don't, it makes me think of a story. I was at Costco. I was out of dog food. It was an essential trip. And I was at Costco and I saw the most amazing scene. And it caught me by surprise, but I was I'm not going to get in a conflict kind of mode. But this couple, man and woman, they each had their masks and they came upon another couple, clearly some friends, and they took their masks off to have a conversation. And I just was like, wait, no, but that's not what you're supposed to be doing. So I think whatever we do, an awareness of the purpose and the fact that you cannot get closer to someone and take your mask off and talk. Why did you wear it in the first place? I think we need to, and we need to have an education campaign that goes with whatever we decide. I don't want to put unnecessary pressure on our businesses that are, trying to reopen. We're going to have a ton of rules that they're going to have to follow to reopen. And so that would be one more thing. Maybe it is in the list of things, but maybe it's going to feel like one more thing to manage. And I'm still very curious about enforcement and how that's going to fall on us, if it's code or law enforcement or
whether it's just education versus enforcement. You know what I mean?
Councilmember Goff.
Well, yes. To get back to Councilmember Wolford's question, we can certainly discuss what we could do or couldn't do, but in terms of writing a letter to Tri-County Health or the county, Adams County, it's just this is one of those things where it did seem like that it could cause it's a I don't know how to say it exactly, but the Tri-County Health Department is already kind of getting a bad rap from people who don't want their freedoms restricted or who think that some of this stuff is overblown and that kind of thing. And I'm not sure that they're the people to make a statement or try to, I don't know what mandate is. Maybe not even, you can't even really do that at that level. I don't know, because of the enforcement issue. So I just think that the best bang for a buck, if you want to use that metaphor, is to do some kind of an education program, and possibly with the CARES money that we're getting, looking into ways to provide masks for people who want them and don't have them, or encouraging or supporting volunteers and making them, or something along that line. So I'm not against the idea, but I just don't know that how effective it would be. I guess that's my question, or my answer to the question.
So with permission, I'm gonna jump into my own communications, Jenny, because there's a piece to this regional conversation that I'm gonna get to. So if we don't wrap that up, let me know. A couple of things that I had on my list were, I had a question about possibly compiling a more public list of Northglenn businesses so that residents can make intentional choices about how they're spending their money. So an example I had was, if my kid says, hey, I want to go to Taco Bell, well, the closest one to me is not a Northglenn Taco Bell. If I drive a mile further, I can go to the one that's in our city. That's a silly example, but same thing. I had an amazing dinner at Applebee's, and I made sure to go to the Applebee's in Northglenn. So if we were able to provide somewhere on our website, we could share it on social media sites, piggybacking on Councilmember Brown, right? Here's a Northglenn business, but if we had a more comprehensive list that included all of them, maybe we could kind of push our residents just a smidge further. So that's a wondering I have. Second, we've done quite a few telephone town halls. They are great, and I just want to thank Diana for working so hard on putting those together. We have contracted a company that helps us, and they do their best, but she does a lot of the work. So thank you to Diana, but also thank you to the residents that call in and ask a question, but the ones that actually listen and engage. We've gotten some really good questions, things that we haven't even thought about, those nitty-gritty questions that aren't spelled out in an order. So one that comes to mind is, can we have yard sales this summer? It's like, oh, that's a good question. So there's just interesting questions, and it's just a lovely way to interact. So thank you to everyone for that. I did record a new video today. It's longer than most. It's on my mayor's page and the Northglenn Cares page, but it has a ton of information. A lot of it is what Heather shared in her COVID-19 update about what we're doing. It wraps up with another plug for our HUG program, but it really does spell out the details that people need. I had texted Heather yesterday because my neighbors right behind me, they had a full-on party of 15 people on their back deck yesterday. And I took a minute before just running to the fence with a piece of paper. They're new neighbors. English is not their first language. I really don't believe that they are as informed as you and I about what is in place and what is allowed. They're lovely people, all of them. And I don't think they were acting maliciously. I don't think they were trying to work around the law. I think they thought, I'm in my backyard. I'm not at the park. I'm on my back deck. And so I think there's a little bit of education that still needs to happen, but also it was a lesson for me in kind of grace and remembering that not everybody sits in the number of meetings I sit in that, with statistics about this process. And so they aren't as informed. We tell everyone, the basics, but not everyone gets to see those charts that Dr. Douglas shared or all of the charts. I had a wondering, there are people that watch Governor Polis when he does his press conferences, but most of those people have traditional cable. And there's so many of our residents that have foregone that. And so if you're working, if I'm in a teleconference all day long, which is how it sometimes feels, I'm not going to catch the internet press conference. And so I do think we have people that don't have all the information, is my point. So the amount of meetings, I have really enjoyed being this informed. It kind of feeds my nerdy side, all of the graphs and charts and such. I wanted to share some of the Metro mayors meetings that we have had. We've had specific ones set up with the governor. We've had Metro Mayor Caucus meetings at least once a week. So we're meeting as a group of regional mayors at least twice a week. And there's a ton of communication that's flowing via email as well. And so it kind of connects to what the Mayor Pro Tem was saying, is we're really pushing for a regional approach to as many things as possible. So the most recent meeting was heated. There was a lot of information. A lot of people were sharing their opinions and what should or should not happen in our city or in our region. But every single person agrees that it needs to be a regional plan because our city is very small. We're completely wrapped around by bigger cities. So if someone's driving across city lines, they oftentimes don't know. So if we don't have the same rules in place in the region, it doesn't matter if we're enforcing it or not. It's just going to be chaos, right? So as best as they possibly could, the health departments got together and they were able to put together a regional package with May 8th as a common date. And I can tell you there were a lot of conversations where there was some give and take on that. And it was lovely to see. Very proud of the group that I work with. They're brilliant, and there was a lot of collaboration. So that is something that I just wanted to elevate. And then finally, going back to our proclamation for public servants, I wanted to take a minute and thank all of you, because you are also all public servants for your city. And I know that every single one of you is working double time right now. More engagement with your community, more compassion than ever before. And I see it, Heather sees it. I'm just very proud to work with you. So thank you. And I celebrate our City Council for Public Servant Week as well. That was all I had. Joanna, do you have anything?
I have nothing tonight, Mayor.
City Manager Geyer?
I did it once, maybe just one time tonight. I'll forget to unmute myself. Just a couple of quick things. There's been a lot of mention about our HUG program, so I just wanted to clarify. We're going to continue with the yard signs. We're adding the virtual piece, and part of where this came about over the weekend, I was talking to my 87-year-old neighbor, and she told me about how she read the Your Hub article that highlighted the program, and she cut it out of her newspaper. And then the image of our HUG sign, and she wanted to send it to her daughter in, I believe, Alamosa. So that's what got us thinking, oh, why don't we add the virtual component to the yard sign piece? So shout out to Marlene, who lives next to me, for the idea of adding the virtual piece. Let's see here. Rupa, while we were going along here, did look up the Adams 12 Summer Breakfast Program information, and it looks like June 6th through July 22nd. Northglenn High School is not listed, but they're a current site for the Grab and Go program. But Malley Drive Elementary and Studio School are listed for Northglenn for the summer food program, June 6th through July 22nd. And that's all I have.
Heather, I think we need to clarify. Can you hear me? Mm-hmm. We need to clarify that with Adams 12. That may be what has been listed in the past, but Studio School is undergoing a ton of construction. I'm guessing they will not be hosting a food program. I could be wrong, but based on the level of construction, I don't think they're going to allow it.
Okay, I will follow up with Pat and then get you that information via email.
Got it. Thank you. Lori, how are you?
Doing well, Mayor. Nothing tonight.
Nothing tonight. Okay. Well, to kind of wrap up and make our way back to Mayor Pro Tem's suggestion, my recommendation would be, and I'm willing to commit to bringing this forward to those regional discussions that I'm having with other cities. I know, perhaps City Manager Geyer could do that as well. She's talking with her other city colleagues every other day, probably. I think that's the best way to have a pretty thorough conversation about that. But I would love other recommendations. What do you guys think? So we're talking specifically about the enforcement of a mask in businesses, mask wearing. Councilmember Mullica?
Yeah, I think it's, one of the biggest things is really enforcement. And I don't actually think that's the point of making a statement like this. And what's really important is, if you think about how do you get people to social distance? How do you get people to wear masks now? And a lot of that is just a lot of communication. It's a lot of education. And so I think if we have that at every level, from the bottom all the way up to the state governor, then that makes a difference for people. And it's more likely that people will listen. Now, whether or not something that would pass the Board of Health, leave that up to the Board of Health. We'll have our own discussions about that. But I think that if everybody who take a stand and make that message, I think that's just one step closer to actually, reaching somebody and really encouraging that masking is still really important moving forward. We saw the data tonight. Without masking, those numbers start to creep back up again. And we're going to be in this whole situation again. So that's my take on it.
So, Julie, would you feel comfortable advocating for that from your seat on the Tri-County Health Board?
Yeah, I think it's really important that the messaging, especially from the health department, is really strong on this. And I've noticed it too. As soon as Polis kind of said it's safer at home, so many people have not been wearing their masks. And so I feel like we do need to kind of work together and figure out how do we bring that message and make sure that this is still an important thing to highlight, and what better place than the health department. That's what their job is supposed to be.
Can I throw out kind of a crazy idea? Because I always have those.
I like crazy.
Would everyone here be willing to do almost like a public service announcement wearing a mask? I know we're getting brand new Northglenn ones that Diana did order. And so we will all get them. But maybe if we, I'm putting a job on our communication staff, but if they would be willing to piece together a little PSA from every member of council wearing a mask and promoting that, would that be something let me put it this way, is anyone opposed to doing that? Cool. Let's try that. Is Diana on the call?
She is listening, Mayor.
Okay. She might be pulling her hair out, but hopefully maybe we can put that together. I'm also getting really good at video production, so I'd also be willing to throw it together myself. It is as simple as each of you recording a 10-second thing on your own cell phone and sending it to me, and I can piece it together. So if we're interested in doing that, I would say at this point, we're going to move further into the agenda. And then we will expect an email on that. Julie?
Can I just ask quickly, when are the Northglenn masks coming in? Because I want one.
I know. We're all going to get them. I don't know when they're going to be delivered.
I don't know off the top of my head, but Diana, are you I know Diana's listening. I don't think she's going to unmute herself. I'll let you know via email.
Also, we might have residents who want to buy one, or how can they get some too? Just throwing that out there. We might need to think about how we're going to hand them out and how many we have.
Okay. I'll add that to our list.
I think we have to. I think that Julie, from some of the things that I said earlier and Julie's last comment, I feel that we have a responsibility as council to educate our residents. I took my opportunity to do that on Safeway on Sunday. I could be nicer, but it's really important to me that you're wearing a mask because you're wearing a mask to protect me. And because if I get this, I know I'm done, so it's important to me. And sometimes residents don't understand. The woman I saw at Safeway was wearing the mask down here, and they don't understand that it has to be up here in order for it to protect them, not only me, but them. So I had 2 Sundays at Safeway. I have taken it upon myself to educate some people. So I would like the way to do that with a mask. I think that as city council people, or as a council in our city, we need to be able to help our residents who don't have a mask, don't know how to take a pair of tube socks and make a mask, or any of those options, and don't have the funds to purchase a mask because they're outrageous on the marketplace and Facebook. So if we could get a cost analysis, Heather, on what the cost of these masks are, and maybe, project out so we can see if there is something that we can do, that would be great. I would appreciate that.
I'll, if it's okay with council, I'll build that into Monday night, next Monday night. I'll get you
That's fine by me. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Jenny, are you good if we move forward? Awesome.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks for all the creative ideas.
Okay, so I'm looking at our agenda, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, I believe I have permission to do resolutions next.
You certainly can, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to explain why to council. So
I think you have consent agenda though first.
Oh, I do. Thank you. Let's do that. Yes, I do. You're right. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Excellent. Please call the vote.
Mayor Leidy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich,
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson,
Yes.
Councilmember Downing,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Goff,
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mollica,
Yes.
Councilmember Escabel.
Yes.
The consent agenda passes unanimously.
Excellent. Sorry for skipping over that. Thanks for the redirection. So if you look at the agenda, we have public hearings next that lead into the ordinance on second reading, and then resolutions are after that. But the content of our resolutions may or may not impact how we vote on the ordinance. So what I'm recommending is that we do all three resolutions first and then move back to the public hearing and do the ordinances. We all good? Thumbs up. Sweet. All right. So we're going to start with resolution CR77, phase 1 security and access control contract for the Northglenn Civic Center. I just read the title. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion to approve.
Second.
So Amanda Peterson, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Culture, is here to provide some information to us.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this contract is similar to others we've brought forward throughout the process of the new Recreation Center, Senior Center, and Theater. This is part of the FF&E, or Furniture, Fixtures, and Equipment. It is budgeted within the project, and VTI would provide us with security access and controls, but everything from Prox card readers, all of the equipment on each door to manage our access to the building. VTI was selected because they have the same equipment and vendor as the product that's in the rest of current city facilities. So there would be continuity of that system throughout all of our city facilities.
Is there any discussion from council?
Are we at some point going to have a conversation? I know that every week we do have conversations around tightening our belts and what we can do to save money as we're going into this next 12 to 18 months of our life. I'm not saying cancel the rec center, but when does that conversation come up? When we start talking about, we talked about it last week a little bit, tightening our belts. I understand that we need to keep going on our rec center. I'm not suggesting that we stop. I am worried about our reserve, even though this is budgeted. I understand this is budgeted, but there's also a perception out there. You know what I mean? Can we keep moving on the rec center full speed ahead and not have a negative backlash against us?
Who wants to take that one?
Heather, do you want to jump in or do you want me to?
Yeah, I can jump in. I mean, happy to talk more about what you mean, Councilmember Brown, by negative backlash. I think, and maybe this is an oversimplification, funding is in the budget for the Recreation Center, Senior Center, Theater. We do anticipate a revenue impact. And I can't pick one day and say, I'm going to have all the information for you and we're going to figure it out that night. So the conversation that we started just recently with presenting the 3 scenarios to you, the low, the medium, and the high scenarios, was really to set the stage for ongoing conversation. So next week's conversation, what I plan to bring to council is specifically what the $1.2 million of tightening the belt looks like thus far, what additional savings I've identified through freezing vacant positions. I have asked directors to do additional look at their budgets to come up with an additional 5%. So that would take that to 15% of reductions without getting into the area of impacting level of service. So next week, we'll have new data for us to give us some insight on what did March look like. So we've got this flag with the remittance of sales tax revenue. So a lot of cities are going through this process and making projections, and that's why you on what revenue decreases will look like. And I actually was reading one city went as far to say, worst case scenario is Armageddon. I do not recommend that. I think we'll stick with high impact because of the fear that can conjure up. But so we're going to have new data to share with you, Jason will, next Monday. Here's what we saw in March. So we know that we have half a month of March that's impacted. Now, as we move into May, we'll know that we'll have a full month of April, and then we're going to have a good 2 weeks in May impacted with the extension, and that we won't really have a feel for until June. So it's going to be ongoing conversations. So anytime I add the discussion about economic road to recovery, we're going to give you pieces that are manageable and make sense. So this next Monday, you're going to see a list of what the 1.2 million consists of. I'm also going to share additional information on what we need to do from a new normal perspective, just with the operations of the rec center and recreation programming. We're going to capture impacts through the special event piece of it. So you'll start to see more detail as we move forward, starting with next week. But it was important to have that initial discussion based on where we're at and get guidance from council. So more to come. And honestly, I think there'll be continual conversations through the end of the year into next year. This is going to tie into budget 2021 development and beyond.
Councilmember Malika.
A question that I have, a follow-up question, Heather, is, from Becky's question would be, in the discussion on Monday, or anytime in the near future, when are we going to get if we are talking about high impact on the city, what's plan B when it comes to all of this work that we've already wanted to move forward with the rec center, with rec center, senior center, theater? Is there a plan B? Is that, if we needed to pull back, how are those projects going to be affected? And just what are options around that if council chooses to, conserve more or not? When will that information or conversation kind of be put together?
Well, so it's going to be a timing consideration, and the more information we have from a revenue standpoint, the better and more informed the conversation is going to be. Because up until that point, so much of it's based on, we think this is going to happen, hypothetical scenarios. So, the low, medium, high impact, those are based on the best information we have now. And it'll be interesting to see, are we where do we fall? Do we fall between medium and high? Are we beyond high? What does that look like? So to try to answer your question, I think a couple things. Part of this overall budgetary picture is the different funds that we have. So the Recreation Senior Center Theater is being paid out of the Capital Projects Fund. And Jason touched a little bit on that when we had the conversation last week about what revenue sources will be potentially impacted. So we have funding to pay for the Rec Center Senior Center Theater. So I would not advise you to say hit pause on this project in any way, shape, or form. Now, if we need to do something messaging wise, that's where I would lean on you to help share with me if residents have particular concerns about the project, then what do we need to communicate differently about it? We do need to, at some point, I don't think it's next week by any means, get you up to speed on here's where we're at with these different projects within each of the special funds. So one of the projects that'll be coming to you is the GMP for the Bunker Hill project. That project's closely tied to the development of Carl's Farm. And we're making progress on getting those last pieces done. GMP, then the developer can close on the property, get ground broken, and a multitude of other steps that have to happen in between. But there just are some projects, and I use that as an example because we can't hit the pause button on. But that's a different fund. So the revenue source comes through dedicated revenue from utility sanitation fees. So it depends on the fund. The other piece that I didn't mention that I'm going to try to bring to you next week is a visual of where we're at with when we hit pause or we're saying we can defer a particular thing to next year. What does that look like from the strategic plan perspective? So when you flip through the strategic plan, you see the detail of this is what we have slated for this year. I'm hoping to have an update on where we're at with each piece and what we're hitting the pause button on. And so that way you can wrap your arms around what that looks like.
Yeah, I think it's going to just be helpful, especially for residents, because people are going to be like, why are you guys spending all this money still? I mean, really talking about the funds, like you were just saying, and how this money is being allocated different ways. I think we need to figure out how to communicate that with residents as we, continue to see what goes on and how our city is impacted.
Thank you for those questions. So do we feel like we're ready to vote on CR 77? Joanna, will you open the vote, please?
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Witkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Downing?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mullica?
Yes.
Councilmember Escobar?
Yes.
CR 77 passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, we are now into CR 78, the Elevate Small Business Grant Program. I keep reading the title for you, Joanna. I'm so sorry. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Great. I see that Debbie Tuttle is with us, but City Manager Geyer, will you provide a summary of the item? Is there anything you want me to project for this portion?
Sure, we do have a PowerPoint presentation that I think would be helpful, Mayor, if you move over to that. And I'll kick it off and then turn it over to Debbie.
Excellent. So it's right here. In this document?
Yes.
Okay, I'm getting there. Sorry.
That's okay.
Scrolling.
If you go ahead and go to the next slide. So we did add these, we added a couple slides here today as a better way to capture where we're at to date, when we started and how and why we're here tonight. So to kick this off, I just want the public to know and to remind council that we started this discussion on April 13th. And this is where staff introduced the idea of a small business grant program. And the initial proposed amount was $500,000 and use of one-time general fund reserves. And based on discussion that evolved on that evening, we landed on possibly $1 million being funded. So then we brought this program back to council on April 20th. And the reason we did that was because between the time we had the first meeting and the second meeting, we then had an invitation by Adams County to participate in the CEF loan program. So that's where staff decided to recommend, based on council feedback and then the opportunity with the loan program, to allocate a certain amount of funding to the loan program in the amount of $150,000 and then the remainder for the grant program. We also decided that we needed to come up with a good name for the program, and that's where Debbie and her team landed on Elevate Small Business Grant Program. So that brings us to tonight's discussion, and based on direction at the April 20th meeting, one critical piece of feedback that was provided to staff was to increase the months that a business has to be in business from 3 to 6 months. The name change that I just talked about, and to bring back resolutions for both programs, one for the grant program in the amount of $850,000, and then one for the loan program with CEF in the amount of $150,000. Next slide. So previously, we had provided council with this information in a couple different formats. So today, Debbie and I talked and decided we need to present it to you differently. So it's a little bit easier to really get a sense of where the proposed programs fall in relationship to other cities. So you'll see that we started with Adams County at the top, and then you can work your way down in that next column in terms of the total amount, and then a designation of whether or not it's a grant or a loan program. And then Northglenn, the proposal is highlighted in blue towards the bottom of the worksheet. And then we also included a not to exceed amount, and then the type of relief. So the designation that the city or town identified as what the purpose of the relief is for. So one of the things that we've noticed, and Debbie has stayed in constant contact with her peers and other communities, all of these programs are being created and introduced. And so a lot of this information has been, evolving over the course of the time that we've been having this discussion. So you may see some new information that wasn't necessarily in the packet last week in the FAQ form. So that's the reason why. But we wanted to share this with you to give you a real snapshot of the discussion tonight and where we lie. And I'm certainly happy to answer any questions about any of those programs. Debbie has done a great job keeping up to speed with that. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Debbie if you want to advance to the next slide, Mayor, and she can walk us through the rest of where we're at.
Good evening, Mayor, Madam Mayor and Council. Debbie Tuttle, Economic Development Director. First of all, I'd like to say I'm very respectful of the Mayor, the Council, and the residents, and the folks that did call in with their concerns as well as their ideas. We're really open to evaluating those. A couple things. One, I would note on 4/13, when we presented it originally, we did have 50% of 2 months rent. If you would recall, we talked about that as they needed some skin in the game. There seemed to be, with council, confusion around that. So the bottom line was on 4/20, we changed it to 1 month, because if we paid for 2 months, it would have been really 1 month. But we did have criteria in the original one of 4/13 where the business had to pay 50%. The first month proved that they had paid their mortgage or their lease. And then the second month, then we would do the other 50%. So similar to what Krista May was describing is exactly what we had originally proposed. So with this close or reduce operation, since just kind of an overview of what the businesses need and what I've heard, the businesses closed or reduced their operations since March 17th, so over a month and a half, going into 2 months probably. 45% of business operating expenses are for rent. And the reason why I bring this up is that talking to the business community, the one thing that they can't cut is the rent. I mean, they can cut payroll, they can cut staff, they can cut some operating expenses, but they can't cut the rent. And as I expressed in both 4/13 and 4/20, the landlords, a big majority of them haven't been willing to do deferments. And so the number one thing that I hear all the time is, one, you need to get me open, find a way to get us open quick. And then the second one from the businesses is they need rent mortgage relief or deferment of some sort. And then the third one is tax deferrals. And then the fourth one being payroll assistance. So if you don't mind advancing. So again, I'm just going to bring these up one more time. We've discussed these in the past, but the Adams County survey was done. Out of 306 respondents, 102 of those were Northglenn businesses. And as you can see from this graph, it does show where the businesses were needing assistance, with the majority of it being in access to capital. I mean, the bottom line is they need money. But what I've been told over and over and over again from the businesses is they don't need loans, they need grants, they need money right now. So again, that's what I'm being told by the business community. And as City Manager Geyer had expressed, I mean, I have talked to probably 150 of our Northglenn businesses or more. And again, this continually is the things that they're asking for. With the second piece of that being, besides access to capital, is tax relief. Can you give us any tax relief? Can we defer some of our sales and use tax payments, for instance? And then the third one being 19% at rental. So if you would advance the slide, please. Also from that same survey, you'll see that 5% said they don't pay rent or mortgage. And then the 43% of them say, I don't know, and a no is 34. So you're looking at a very large majority of businesses that aren't sure if they're going to be able to pay their rent. Advance, please. So to recap where we are today, again, what we've decided on the business grant is storefront only, open more than 6 months, that's in red because that is what you had requested, 25 or less employees, in good standing with the city, demonstrate financial need and stability, proof that they've applied for some other funding and financial assistance, whether that's rental deferment with their landlord, or they've tried to get federal assistance, or they've gone to their banks and tried to get assistance. Also, they need to be locally owned and operated, and grants are on a first come, first served basis, as long as they met all the criteria. Next slide. So revised grant criteria. So again, we talked about most of these, but I did want to bring up the fact that we talked about this last week as well. So businesses that do not qualify, and I'm not sure why the bottom's not showing there, but these are businesses that do not qualify. More than 25 employees. They've been in business less than 6 months in Northglenn. They're corporately owned or national chains do not qualify. They're not in good standing with the city. That can be in licensing, that can be in taxes, that could be in permits. They're not a home-based business. Again, this is a rent or mortgage deferral. Oh, there we go.
Sorry.
Also, banks, credit unions, and other financial institutions, storage, real estate brokers, property management and assisted living, and nonprofit churches, schools, and hospitals do not qualify. I've also added this one that's in red, and the reason why I added this was working with our peers and our city peers and economic development. This has come up with several of the economic development grant programs where businesses that were renting space. So I'm just going to use an example of Phoenix Salon. There's 36 businesses in there. They're renting space from a larger owner, right, who owns or that rents that entire thing. The owner and operator is paying the entire rent for that space. So it would eliminate like hair salons or massage therapists, skincare, salon-related businesses that are renting a booth, more or less, in that business. Move on, please. Thank you. So the request, funding request and use that we have been discussing is $850,000 from the general fund reserves. 1 month of rent mortgage not to exceed $6,000. Again, we could go back to the 50% for 2 months. Used for base rent and any rent-related expenses or monthly mortgage payment, including principal and interest. Next. The total proposed allocation is $850,000. With that $850,000 for the grant, we have about total of 750 storefront businesses. The estimated average grant being at $4,000 instead of the whole $6,000. Some businesses will have less, some might have more, but it does. It can't go over the $6,000. It can't exceed $6,000. We project with under the $850,000 allocation that we could serve approximately 200 businesses. Again, first come, first serve based on the criteria that is in your packet. And then the grant period would launch on May 1st at 10 a.m. and would close June 30th or until the funds were depleted. Next slide, please. So the way the grant, one of the questions was, how was the grant going to work? And you've got this in your packet, but the applications are submitted online. We don't want businesses coming into our city hall dropping off applications. So all of the application is done online. As soon as they hit submit, it automatically assigns an identifier number starting at number 1, includes the date and time. The initial staff review being proposed, if there's a rubric, you've got that also in your packet. There's rubric priority 1. That's mainly going over staff going over that, making sure that they're in good standing, make sure that they have less than 25 employees, and that they've met all of the criteria of the documentation that they are required to send with it. From there, it would go to the review task force, who would be using rubric priority 2 and identifying the different areas there to find out if they qualify. The review task force will meet electronically twice a week to discuss the applications and approve and or disapprove. Next slide. The grant review is also in your packet. It will include an approval letter and an agreement. The agreement is also in your packet. The checks will be processed up to 3 weeks after approval. We will track proof of payments, and that again is the business has to send back to us within 45 days. If we move to the 50% for 2 months, of course, they wouldn't get their second payment until they've proved their first payment. But they have to prove that they've actually paid either their landlord or their mortgage company. We have a database that maintains all of the grants, and staff will follow up every 3 months for 1 full year to make sure how the businesses are doing, see what how the grant helped them, identify any other problems or areas of concern, or any other way that we might be able to help them additionally. Next slide, please. So council approval, we have the $850,000 grant authorization for the city manager to sign the grant agreement, so we wouldn't have to tie up, trying to get this to quicken up the process so the city manager could sign the agreements versus the mayor signing it, and Corey signing it, and Joanna signing it. And next slide. So these are the options, potential options, I should say, for tonight. For CR 78, the Elevate Small Business Grant for council's consideration. One, you could approve CR 78 for $850,000. 1B, you could amend CR 78 for $850,000. Or deny approval of CR 78 for $850,000. With that amendment, of course, you can make that a different amount. You can change the criteria. You could identify who's going to be the reviewing process. And then on CR 79, which we haven't gone into, but I'll do it now just because it is the PowerPoint. We don't have one for the CEF COVID loan relief program. You could approve CR 79 for $150,000 to participate in the Adams County CEF COVID loan program. You could amend CR 79, that should say, for $150,000, or you could deny approval of CR 79 for $150,000. And with that, I think that's the last slide. And questions and comments.
So, Debbie, I have one really quickly, just based on previous conversation tonight. So, first of all, you said that we can modify to do the 2 months instead of the one, and that you already had built in what one of our residents suggested, which is holding the second month, until, which I think is a great idea. So one of the amendments could be, and this is a question for you and Heather, that we amend the funding source to be CARES Act funding, which might change the deadline. So instead of May 1st, it might be May 11th through June 30th. Okay. I just wanted
yes, that's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Councilmember Brown.
Okay. So I remember when we first started having this conversation, and I know this information on the other cities and what they are providing to their residents was not available at that time. I want to talk just for hair about why ours is so much higher or higher than our counterparts in Westminster and Thornton, who obviously have way more storefronts than ours. I feel like the last time that we talked about this subject, we may have been talking off of emotions rather than realistic perceptions. And I know that $1 million was thrown out. I know $850,000 was thrown out with not throwing the baby out of the bathwater. I get all that. But I think now that the CARES funding is coming into the picture, I almost think we have to stop, relook at how we evaluate this process using the CARES funding, right? I have some really strong feelings about it, but I don't want to hog the floor, but I think everybody understands that I am not for taking $1 million out of our reserve, and I'm just going to give my impression and giving it to our city staff to administrate. I know that we have a fully capable city staff. I don't feel that for transparency reasons that the city staff should be involved in these grant programs alone or without oversight from the city council. I think that we have some issues as far as transparency to our residents that we have to address. And I would like to take the conversation a step further and see what we can use from the CARES money so that we're not giving away our general reserve, you know? So I have a series of questions. First of all, how did we come up with even 500,000 when our cities, our surrounding cities, are nowhere near? You know, I was looking it up earlier, and Thornton's not doing $1 million, and they have
They're doing 1 million. They're doing 1 million.
Okay, hang on.
Looking for a second funding.
They're doing 1 million. Look at their storefronts compared to ours.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, that's what I'm saying is that we have to look relative to our city size, not what Westminster or Thornton is doing. But when you get close to that number for our small city, I also have the concerns, you know, about the dollar amount. I do I do have a lot of concerns, Debbie. I had asked for a clear and concise plan on how this would be administered from city staff. I don't see that. I haven't seen it come to my email yet. By clear and concise, I almost want a flow chart on who is responsible, like I said in my email, on who is responsible for the administration of this program. Because we're not bankers here. We're not, and in order to stay transparent with our residents, I think we have to talk about it even deeper than we are. I'm sorry, I'll shut up now.
No, I don't want you to shut up. I just want to paraphrase a little bit and make sure that I'm hearing you correctly. And then I do want to make sure that every council member has an opportunity to share. I know, Becky, you have a lot of really good questions, to be honest. And so I think we want to make sure, I know I can see Debbie and Heather both writing them down. So we will make sure we get to them. But I also want to make sure that we have time and space for everyone. Just a heads up, because this is, we moved the agenda. It's 10:20. We're going to be coming up on that 11 o'clock pretty quickly. So as much as we can be concise, kind of going back to Antonio's feedback from a couple months ago, let's not repeat ourselves. So if Becky has said something that resonates with you, maybe you say that and then move into an additional point so that we are not all here till 2 a.m. So Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I certainly think that there is a lot of discussion to be had on this topic, as well as how we use the CARES funding, as I mentioned earlier in the communications portion of our agenda, to do the most good, be the most strategic, and the most intentional. And so what I want to do is share a motion, and then I'll talk about why. So I move that we table this resolution until the May 11th meeting and pick it back up then. Do I have to have a second before we open up for discussion?
I don't second that. I disagree with that at all.
Second.
That's okay.
I second it. Yeah.
I think we need to discuss that. Councilmember Peterson.
Can Jenny explain why she wanted to do the motion?
Sure.
Because there is
Randall had some opinions as well. So yes, Jenny, you may speak.
So part of the reason I'm doing this, and procedurally wise, the way that I understand how we move the conversation from here is because it's been properly moved and seconded. Now the discussion is on my specific motion. And so we talk about that, take a vote on that, and then talk about the rest of the package. Is that correct, Corey?
Yes. I mean, now that you've made the motion, it's been seconded. The next action of the council will be on the amendment. So the discussion should be on the amendment. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. So given that we're going to have a conversation next Monday about CARES funding, and we're going to talk about what we can use that money for, what programs, what need there may be for our community right now. I think that feels like a really appropriate time to put all of our ideas on the table and think about how we serve the most individuals, whether that's residents, small businesses, nonprofit providers who are doing really critical work to support everybody during this difficult time. And then I think we're able to move into the May 11th meeting and have a clearer picture around what the numbers should be for this specific program. And you know, this reminds me so much of something that my mom always told me when I was growing up. And she said, never spend your money before you have it. And so I want us to pause and really think about what our community needs beyond just our small businesses and make an adjustment, whether that's $850,000 or maybe that's $500,000. We don't truly know what number this should be in this resolution until we have a bigger, fuller picture of what the need is. So I'm not asking us to dump this program. I'm asking us to slow down and look at the full picture.
Councilmember Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've been talking about this for 2 weeks, and we have been nothing but transparent. And this has been researched. This has been talked about. This has been presented to us for feedback. We have heard from our residents. We have heard from people all across our community. We have a dying man on our sidewalk who's bleeding, who needs first aid immediately. And to have this go till May 11th or 17th or whatever is extraordinarily defeatist and dangerous for what the purpose of these funds are for our business community. There's a couple things related to this too. First of all, in regard to Mayor Pro Tem's point, which is a great one, this is one piece of the puzzle. It is not the silver bullet. This is one part of helping the larger aggregate Northglenn community, which in this case has been budgeted for with the high impact thing that we all seem to be in agreement for last week. This is one part of the solution with the CARES funds. That does, you're absolutely right, that does allow us to take a look at the things that we can do in a variety of different ways. We have an opportunity to help 200 small businesses. These aren't corporate behemoths. These are small businesses with less than 25 people that are bleeding to death while we continue to obfuscate and do nothing on this. This is an absolute sense of the fierce urgency, unequivocally of now. And to table this information would be its death knell. That doesn't mean that we don't talk about great ways, innovative ways, creative ways of doing the most good for the most people in the most ways that we can. But for Mayor Pro Tem's amendment, I'm voting a no on it. And I want to say something here too. There's, we're using words very, very loosely here. Uncertainty, transparency. And we are a public entity that operates in public where we get feedback from our public and our constituents. And I always hear this phrase too. Well, I don't want to just throw money at the business. I love it how we allocate it for anything, right? That's maybe more in our wheelhouse, but we horrendously throw this. Guys, this isn't TARP money of too big to fail. This isn't money for billionaires for mortgage-backed securities in the financial crisis in 2008. This is a moral moment to stand. It's not business versus residents. This is to stand for the salvation and the uplift of our Northglenn community. And I'm fundamentally against tabling this for any extended period of time. Thank you.
Councilmember Mullica.
Thank you, Mayor. And so specifically to this motion, the reason why I would support something like this is because I think, and maybe this is kind of part of the discussion I'd like to hear from everyone about too, is if we want to move forward with this grant program through the CARES Fund Act, those types of funds, honestly, it just makes sense to me that we take a step back and we talk about what we really want to do with all that money. Heather says she has a whole presentation for us on Monday on what she wants to do with that money. Does that include this grant money that we now want to earmark? So, I feel like we need to have a conversation about that. And in addition, we need to have other ideas of how we're going to use it. We talked tonight about how we want to potentially have masks for businesses. We talked about food banks' needs. Where is that conversation happening? Is there going to be enough money to do everything that we want, including helping small businesses? I'm not against helping small businesses. I just think that we need to take a step back and make sure that we're making an educated decision here about all the money that we have and where it needs to go. And not all of it is even going to go to businesses or residents, because I know our city needs it too. So I think we just need to take a step back and have a conversation. And then also, I would just like to say, can we not talk about bleeding people or businesses as bleeding people? We literally have residents in our community who are dying because of COVID. I have seen these people. I have read their charts. I have seen what happens to their families. Let's not make part of death around here, okay? The real people suffering are our residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Goff.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm confused and not convinced that this amendment is a good idea at this point, because we've already had, as we've heard, we've already had this discussion, and it did seem like from our last meeting last Monday that people had made their minds up one way or the other, and I don't sense that anybody's changed their mind, and that at that point, without knowing about the CARES money, we were thinking, well, we could go ahead and at least some of the people who were for it, thinking that that would be good use of our general reserves. And I don't mind making some amendments to changing this funding source if that's what the majority of the people would like to do. But I still do think that our small businesses do need our help. The CARES money, I'm looking at the guidance for the use of it, and on number 5, the list of options is to expenditure should be related to the provisions of grants to small businesses to reimburse the cost of business interruption caused by required closures. That's exactly what we're going to, we're hoping to do here. So whether or not we use CARES funds for that, because that's what it's earmarked for, or we go back to our original idea of taking out of the general fund, I would be okay with either one of those, with some of the other ideas that we've had here. And so I don't know that we need to move everything to the future and then spend a lot of time drilling down on too many different ideas about what we're going to do with this when businesses need it right now. I mean, the money that I personally got from the federal government, the $1,200 check or whatever that was, I intend to spend it in businesses in Northglenn, and I'm going to have to be creative about exactly, what I would spend it on and how I can spend it if the businesses aren't even open. But I feel like that's what, our job as a city council, not as individuals, but our job is to help our businesses because they help us. They've been paying sales and use taxes, and then we've taken that money and used it for a variety of different things over time. But here's a chance for us to help them out. And I think, I haven't heard anything that would convince me that we need to not do that.
Becky, I know you have your hand up, but I want to make sure every other council member that wants to speak can share what they're thinking on the amendment portion.
Right. Can I just ask Corey a question?
Sure.
Then I'll go away. Corey, if we choose to fund this through, if we choose to take the funding and we use the CARES money for that, can we agree to that? Even though we haven't looked at the IGA, we haven't agreed to the IGA. We haven't seen the IGA in our hands. So can we actually state that we're going to use that funds when we don't even know what the IGA looks like?
Based on the information I have and the guidance that's been provided on the appropriate expenditures for the CARES Act money, the answer is yes. Now you're right. We would be earmarking those funds before we'd actually sign the IGA with Adams County. That's correct. But I have the draft as well of the Adams County IGA. There's nothing objectionable in it. It is a very simple agreement.
I think that may have been Mayor, what Jenny was looking for in the first part of her statement was that how can we use CARES money if we don't know what that IGA, and Jenny, our Mayor Pro Tem, please correct me if I'm wrong, but how can we earmark that money if we don't know what the IGA looks like and what the final dollar looks like? And that's I'm just going to leave it right there.
So, Becky, to your point, and I do still want to have some of our other council members share your opinion if you want before we vote on Mayor Pro Tem's amendment. But that was why I asked that question before we even started, because that was what Heather presented at the very beginning of the night, is that we can earmark the CARES Act money when we have this conversation. That was something that she stated at the beginning during her presentation. So I summarized that right before we started here because I wanted to make sure people understood that.
I understand that, Mayor, but I wanted to hear it from our city attorney. But thank you.
Fantastic. Now you've heard it 3 times. Okay, so we've got Ward 1, 4, and 2 still out there. Councilmember Escobar?
Yes, I'm willing to weigh in without going into what I said last week. We heard from constituents tonight about transparency and how we were going about making this decision without informing the community. Now, all due respect to Councilmember Randall, I didn't hear any conversations from constituents supporting this. I think Chris May came the one closest to it. That's all I have. Oh, and one more thing. One more thing.
Yes.
I will repeat something I did last week, and that's that not everybody that's going to be included in this funding pays taxes. So if we're talking about taxpayers, then it's user tax or sales tax. But people who don't pay user tax or sales tax, why are we funding them?
Okay.
To keep the storefront open. Thank you.
Got it. Councilmember Downing?
Thank you. I am definitely against this particular motion. I really believe our small businesses need the infusion of our help now, not waiting until later. I would like to look at alternative funding sources. I think that's a great idea. So, I wouldn't mind earmarking some of that money from the CARES. I think that's fine. But I just feel that if we wait, it's just going to be the death of, and I use that, sorry, loosely, but still, I don't think it's a good idea to do that. Our businesses provide the services that we have to give to our residents, and that is by sales tax. And so by not helping them, I mean, and I don't think this is a fix-all, and it's probably just a Band-Aid of some sort, but at least we can get them over the hump and get them going so that they can really provide more sales tax to us rather than having to close their doors. So I heard the residents, and I really respect the NURA folks that spoke and wrote letters. I hear what you're saying, but I really think it's now. We really need to help our businesses now. I heard a story today. I wasn't going to share it, but a small business contacted me and said, gee, how can I get some help? Because the way things are right now, I am a sole proprietor and the sole employee in the business. And yet the only way I can get business in here, because it's curbside, is if they call me. I have to come over, open the door, prepare the product, and then take it to the curb. And it is so hard for that business. Now, understanding that one of many, but that's the one I heard today. My heart went out to her. But our small businesses are the backbone of Northglenn, and we can't turn our back on them.
Councilmember Witkovich.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify. I think I did hear Chris DeMay say that he supported this grant, and I don't know if everybody else heard that, but it sounded to me like he supported it. He just would like to go back to 2 payments over 2 months. So I just wanted to clarify that. But I would agree with Catherine and Randall and Joyce and everything that Debbie has presented to us. I think this is important now, and I think the businesses need it now, and I think it's really important that we get it to them now, even if they are businesses who don't necessarily provide sales and use tax. So I will be voting no to table the issue.
Thank you, Ashley. So we're going to go ahead and call the vote on the amendment in a minute. I don't want to repeat myself in future discussion. But I do want to agree with some of our council members. I do believe this issue is now. This is someone said we're overusing the word unprecedented, but that is where we are. So we can look back on previous economic turn and we can learn from that, but this situation is different. This situation is quick and long-term at the same time. And I believe we would be doing our businesses a disservice to wait. So I will also vote no on the amended portion, but I also believe that this conversation is a yes and conversation. It is not a yes, but when I learned about the CARES Act funding, it solidified my feeling that we need to support our businesses, because I heard what everyone said about their concerns about our reserve funds. And that was valuable feedback. Yes, it is scary to spend down your savings if you don't have to. And so that made me think about things a little bit. But as soon as I found out that CARES Act funding would be coming to us that we could use for this purpose, it was a slam dunk for me, because it is not impacting our general fund. So my suggestion would be that we earmark it with CARES Act funding. So Joanna, will you call the vote on the amendment, please?
Yes, so this is the motion to table CR 78 to May 11th.
Yes.
Mayor Lighty? Oh,
no.
Sorry.
Julie had her hand up to ask a question.
I did not see that. I apologize.
Yeah, I think that I feel like that we are being rushed and pushed in a direction. And I think that we can go past 11 o'clock. We've done it in the past.
Oh, no, we certainly can. But I'm also honoring some of our council members' feedback about repeating and where we drone on. And it felt like the motion portion to amend we had already discussed. So if Councilmember Mullica would like to add, we're going to continue this discussion in about 2 seconds when we actually discuss the merits of CR 78. Julie, what?
Actually, it is a quick question, and it's actually to Heather. So Heather, unfortunately, this is kind of out of step, and we don't have your presentation of what you're going to share on Monday. Would $850,000, or I guess, sorry, it would, well, I guess that's what we need to, would $1 million out of that CARES funding, so 1/3 of the CARES Act funding that we're going to be getting, does that still account for everything that you need for our city, and as well as maybe some other ideas of how we wanted to support our residents? Because it's technically 1/3 of our money. And I know that you probably don't have the numbers for that, but I mean, we're going at a step here, so we kind of just have to go with it.
So let me share a couple of thoughts and let me know if there's follow-up questions. $3 million is a lot of money. And based on what we've spent to date, I don't have that number off the top of my head. Jason probably does, because I haven't looked at our spreadsheet that we're using to track expenditures as a result of COVID-19. It's going to be hard for us just from an expense perspective in terms of operational impacts to reach a threshold. So I say that with the intent of helping describe that there's flexibility for council to be creative and come up with ways to help the community. Now, that creativity, though, is guided with the guidance of the federal government. So even, I mean, this is why we need to have this conversation next week. Even when we talk about food banks, a key piece of their guidance is expenses for food delivery to residents. So several of our food banks right now don't deliver food to our residents, but that's something that we could create, and it's a value add through use of these monies. And so I think the intent of next week's conversation is, what is it? I mean, what is it that council wants to see in terms of use of these funds? One of the things I've heard is, what are we doing for our residents? And I'd like to know, and I think this doesn't have to be just a Monday night conversation. What is it that residents want? Do we need, because I don't know. I don't have all the answers, but I do know $3 million is a lot. The grant, small business grant portion would be a big chunk of that $3 million. But then there's still that room for all those other programs that we could create and design in addition to the expenses that we've incurred to date. So I don't know if that answers your question. It's going to kind of depend on what we come up with next week. But my intent is to say, okay, these are some gaps in our community. Community Foundation is going to be impacted. Now, I can't tell you use CARES Act money and backfill their budget because that's not an allowable expense. So we're going to have to find some other way to help support them. Does that help, Councilmember Mollica?
I think it's the best you could do given the situation. I just want to make it really clear that this council is talking about earmarking a third of our CARES Act money before we even have this conversation about what we're going to use the money for. So if that's fine with everybody, that's cool. Let's move forward with it. But that conversation hasn't happened. We don't have all that information on the table. So that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, Becky, how do you feel about voting?
Catherine had her hand up.
Catherine has her hand up.
Catherine.
All I was going to say is that we haven't actually gotten, like point of protocol, we haven't actually gotten to the point where we're going to decide if we're funding this out of general reserves or the CARES money. So what we're voting on now is just, delaying making a decision on this.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
It was an excellent transition. Thank you, ma'am. Joanna, will you call the vote, please?
Mayor Leidy,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford,
Yes.
Councilmember Witkovich,
No.
Councilmember Peterson,
No.
Councilmember Downing,
No.
Councilmember Brown.
I am actually going to support it. And I just want to throw this out there that I feel that this conversation, I'm very disappointed in the way that it was rushed. And I felt like if I didn't have the same opinion as some people, it didn't matter. So I want to get that out in the public. I do agree. I agree to the amendment. We are moving really fast. Even if you look at Debbie's projections to when checks can get cut, we're moving way too fast. I did not get what I wanted from our city manager and from Ms. Tuttle. I do not have a clear and concise plan on how this is going to be run. I don't have any of that. So I do agree with the amendment and I'm voting yes.
Councilmember Goff,
No.
Councilmember Duran Mollica,
Yes.
Councilmember Escabel,
Yes.
the motion to table CR 78 to May 11, 2020 fails. The affirmative votes cast are from Mayor Pro Tem Wilford, Council members Escabel, Brown, and Mollica.
Thank you. So Becky, to your point, I apologize if you felt like the facilitation of that piece was rushed. We were starting to argue for the actual merits of the, I want to make sure you can hear me. We were arguing for the merits of it and we were not staying to point on whether or not we were going to delay or move forward. So I was simply trying to get the vote on the motion ready to go. I would like to hear everyone's opinions now about the merits of passing CR 78 now that we are having that discussion now. Councilmember Mollica.
Meredith, can we just get an idea of where people are at with using CARES Act funds versus general funds? Can we just get an idea of where folks are? Because I think that could really help us move forward in how to discuss this.
I think that's a great idea. Does anyone want to start? Councilmember Goff?
Well, this actually, I'm not starting on that. I have a question to clarify. If we, we've had this proposal to have it go back to the 2 months, half rent for 2 months. Does that have to be an amendment that we then vote on, or can we just say that we want it to go that way? I'm still a little confused about that part.
Debbie, can you speak to that, or Heather?
Actually, Corey, are you unmuting yourself?
I was. The program as presented is for 1 month. So if council wants to do it with the two half months, there will have to be an amendment at some point in the process.
Okay, thank you.
So does that happen, Corey, through another motion?
Yes.
Like I move to approve with these changes.
Yes, and this is one that's probably could be potentially a friendly amendment depending on who makes the motion to approve if there's the votes in favor. So as it plays through, we can see what the best way to do it is. But it's not as substantive amendment as some of the other ones we were discussing.
Got it. Thank you. Councilmember Peterson.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. What's the difference between, again, as we've talked about the timeliness of this, what's the difference between accessing part of this from CARES versus accessing this from a reserve requirement under originally budgeted for last week? What's the difference of expediency of time? And then I have just a follow-up on that.
Heather, can you answer that?
Sure. I'm sorry. I was looking for the visual cue if you wanted me to respond. So the expediency of time, we have general fund dollars available now to fund the program. We also have the supplemental appropriation for public hearing and second reading on tonight's agenda that actually makes that appropriation for use of the funds. And so the timing consideration is general fund, what I just explained. If you want to use CARES Act funds, that'll require county commissioners approving the program tomorrow. Then council taking action on the IGA that would be forthcoming at the May 11th meeting.
Okay, so do I understand you, Heather, that if we were to do CARES Act funding for the Elevate grant, we're looking at, again, starting this at May 11th, as opposed to reserve funding that could start as of Friday with the applications?
Well,
Jason piped in.
Go ahead, Jason.
Excuse me.
Well,
just for clarification purposes, the CARES Act funds can be used for these programs, or really any program, well, any eligible program, for expenditures that occur between March 1st and December 30th. So it's not really a timing thing as far as we need to wait for the CARES Act, IGA, and for money to be deposited into our account. This is something that we would be eligible to be reimbursed for through the CARES Act funding. So it would be possible to move forward with the supplemental appropriation of the $1 million, knowing that ultimately when we get CARES Act funds, what we would do is apply the portion of the program that we implement, whatever the dollar amount ends up being, to the CARES Act money for reimbursement. So that is how I envision how this would work. Same scenario with expenditures for PPE, for city employees and for others. We're spending that money now. CARES Act funding will be available to support those expenditures. These are expenditures that are caused by the crisis that we didn't have planned. So that is really how the CARES Act funding will be allocated and then reimbursed. So I wanted to chime in on that real quick.
Thank you. Randall, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you very much, Jason. Based on that, I'm not moving this. I want to hear from everybody else. And I've been listening to this, and I've been listening to the discussions and from last week and tonight. But ultimately, I would favor option 1A and 1B as originally presented to us, if and when we move on that. And, on a side note, it looks like a lot of us are real passionate about this in a lot of different ways. And that's good government. I just think it's important to remember that we're all operating on what we want to do and what's best for the city. And I don't think condescension is needed or helpful in any way in our discussions.
I agree.
Okay. Anyone else want to chime in to Julie's question? So how are you feeling on general fund versus CARES Act funding, Antonio?
Okay, I just had a quick question for Debbie. We starting the application process May what?
1st. It's the proposed date.
Okay, and it would end June the 30th or sooner if the funds run out, right?
Right, correct.
So when will we actually put money into the businesses' hands?
Well, the goal would be it's on first come, first serve. So we'll start receiving applications on May 1st. Staff will do the first rubric, as we discussed before, making sure they fit all the criteria as they're coming in. And then twice a week, we'll meet with the second group, the deciding group on the grants, at least twice a week, depending on how many come in. So again, I'm going to ask Jason this, how I put 3 weeks in there to get checks from the time that they're approved. Can we get it to them before 3 weeks? If we started approving the next Monday grants, how soon could we get money into their hands?
I'm sorry, I didn't get a date or a timeline. I didn't understand.
I'm waiting for Jason.
Jason's going to answer.
Jason.
Yeah, I mean, we probably need like a week's lead time if we have all the paperwork and everything to get people set up in the system and whatnot. So, I mean, that's a hard question.
Well, I know, but we keep stating that we need to get this money into these people's hands immediately. There's nothing going to happen immediately. Is that correct?
No, they have to. They have to apply and then be approved, right?
Right,
yes.
and they have to sign the application, which is all done online. Everything is done online, so there's no challenge of trying to get them to mail things in. Everything is done online. Everything's approved online. So, I mean, realistically, could we get the grant approved the same day it came in? Probably within 2 days, because we're going to the rubric 2, right? So that whoever the task force is or whoever the approval team is for the final grants, within 2 days, we would find out if they approved them or disapproved them. Then they're sent a letter, again, electronically that same day, that says you have been approved, you need to fill out this agreement. And then as soon as that agreement gets back to us, which hopefully they'll want their money quickly, they will be sending it back immediately. So truthfully, to process the grant, probably 3 to 4 days and then maybe a week to get payment to them. But if we do the CARES Act, we wait till May 11th, then there's 2 options, I guess I would say. So if we waited to May 11th,
but Debbie
started receiving. Oh,
Debbie, no. Jason clarified that we don't have to wait until May 11th. That he can move the money after we get it.
Okay. If we started just taking the applications based on the fact that we could use the CARES money, again, it would be the same piece that we could get them done as quickly as that.
So there's a lot of elements to this. I've heard a lot of layers. Like I want to talk about this piece or this piece. I'd like to see if we could stay focused on Julie's original question, and if we could just do a whip around maybe of, if like hypothetically, are you more inclined to like the general fund, or are you more inclined to like the CARES Act element of this? So if we could just go through really quickly, starting with Ashley.
Sure. I would support using either, but I guess I would lean more towards the CARES funds.
Thank you. Randall?
Support either, but whatever's quickest. And if I'm understanding this right, the general fund would be quickest. That's my parameter.
Okay. I think just the clarification, it sounds like the timeline is the same no matter what.
One and the same. Okay.
Yeah. Joyce, how are you?
I would go with whichever one is quicker, and it sounds like I like the CARES though. I do like that. So, but either one would be fine.
Thank you. Becky?
I would lean towards the CARE because it's not touching the general fund and it's not touching the money that our residents put into our city coffers. So I lean more towards the CARE. I still have lots of questions, but I'm answering that question for you right now.
Perfect. Thank you. No, we're going to take them minute by minute. Julie?
All right. I would support the CARES Act only.
Catherine?
Okay. Sorry. Now that we have the CARES funds as an option, I think I would prefer that one.
Okay. Antonio?
CARES.
And Jenny?
CARES.
Okay. So Julie, that was your question. So I had a quick idea and I wanted to ask Joanna really quickly because I have heard that this was also a concern, was that who is approving it? Would it be possible for the outside agency funding committee to join city staff and be a part of that team? I'm asking Joanna.
Well, the outside agency funding committee has their functions set forth in a resolution. This isn't included, but I don't know that. I guess I'd ask for Corey's opinion. I mean, would we be not working within their authority? I don't.
Yeah, if the city was inclined to use the outside agency funding group, I would amend the resolution because Joanna's right; it's not currently authorized.
So you would amend. So once again, that would be another one of those amendments to CR 78, or no?
It would be a resolution we'd bring back at the next meeting, just amending the authority of the outside agency funding group to assist staff in acting on the applications for the grant.
Would it be faster to ask or to include an ad hoc council committee for this specific purpose?
I don't know that it'll be faster. I mean, presumably there's no difference between a resolution and a motion other than one's in writing. So you could theoretically make the motion tonight if you wanted to have the outside agency funding, add this to their scope of authority, or you could make a separate ad hoc group if you wanted to do that by motion.
Okay, that was just an idea I had. So Becky, what were some of your other questions?
Well, I kind of want to circle back to that now. Okay. When funding goes before shut up, you guys. When they come to us with the sponsorship and the scholarship and grant or whatever we're called, they have to present to us, right? Remember, Meredith, they come in, they do their 15-minute spiel, they throw their why they should get our money, right? Mm-hmm. I am more than willing to attend more than one council meeting a week so that the city council can have some say in that kind of information. I think that our businesses need to present to the faces of the city why they need, even when we go into NURA, even when we're doing the big grants or the other grants, we're still getting information and we're still held accountable for knowing where that money goes. And I think one of my big problems is that I'm beating a dead horse, but it's not bleeding. Sorry, Julie, is that I don't have the information that I need. And I feel very crippled by that, shut up, Antonio, how that was going to happen, So I feel very crippled by it. And I'm very frustrated, as you can tell, that my residents are not going to understand why the city of Northglenn, and it's one of the comments I got over the last 5 or 6 days, What makes our staff qualified to disperse $1 million? That's a lot of money without any oversight from council, without any oversight from council, even if it's a subgroup. And Debbie, I know you are totally qualified at what you do, but that's where I am really struggling, Mayor, is I don't have my plan, I don't have my structure, and I need those kind of things when we're talking about $1 million. Joe's budget is way less than $1 million, and he has to provide me that kind of information, you know? Okay. So that's where I'm struggling a lot. And can I just make one comment to what Randall had said earlier about the businesses are bleeding? A resident came up to me this weekend, she can't afford milk. My residence is struggling too. And that's kind of goes back to Jenny's thing. How do I look at my resident across the street who the schools stopped giving milk, they went to juice. And that by getting that milk from the schools, that reduced her milk expense. She doesn't have her job anymore. So that's why I'm so passionate about this. There are two sides to every story, but I do not see from our talking and our conversations a plan besides giving the money.
So really quickly, I just have to interrupt you because I think, Corey, we need a motion to move past 11. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we continue this meeting beyond 11 p.m. this evening.
I second it.
Awesome. Joanna, can you call a vote?
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Muted.
Councilmember Witkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Downing?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mollica?
Yes.
Councilmember Escobar?
I harp on this all the time. No.
So the motion to continue the meeting past 11 p.m. passes with one no vote cast by Councilmember Escobar.
Thank you. Okay, so to Becky's point, and it felt like the next kind of topic of conversation is who is going to be a part of the approval process. So I will tell you, in between meetings, I did sort of hear Antonio echoing in my brain, because week after week he will say, why are we talking about this? They are the experts. And I heard that this week because Debbie is the expert. I fully trust the staff to do this. However, I also would like to honor council's request to participate. So I'm okay if it's the outside agency funding people that say, yeah, we'll volunteer to be a part of that. Or if there's a volunteer group of council that say, like Becky, I am super passionate about this. I definitely have to be on that committee. I don't believe that it should be a full council 20 million meetings. So can we talk through that? So Randall has some ideas.
The problem with having, like the council have supplemental meetings with what Debbie and her team are doing is that Debbie and her team are full-time at this, and our council positions are part-time jobs, and many of us have full-time jobs, whether they be remotely or not during the day. As you all have heard, one of the things that I care about is the promptness of hopefully getting, some money to businesses that need it. And so if we have a council meeting that's supportive with when Debbie is meeting, and they're looking at these grant applications on a rolling basis, and they're coming in and meeting as is their professional job, as they're going through and evaluating this on a rolling basis, we could again severely delay what our intent is. If this is ultimately becomes our intent, we could delay this process by having to wait for council's availability on that. Listen, we have open forums, open records, open meetings. And my thing would be, if you want to chime in and attend any of the meetings that Debbie and her team has, I'm sure that she would be open to have that. I mean, my understanding too is that this grant proposal, and I've read it, has multiple aspects and applications and things that they're doing to evaluate this. You know, I'm not qualified to evaluate this as is Debbie and her team. I'm a high school teacher. And so I would defer to the professionals on this, but allow access to council to engage in and be a part of the process.
So Randall, do you support a volunteer ad hoc group?
Yeah, but at the same time, yeah, I would. But who's the ultimate the words of W. Bush, who's the decider here? Is it to offer counsel? Is it to provide oversight? As Becky said, is it to provide a liaison, so to speak, between, what our committees do, a liaison role between what Debbie's team is doing in the grant process and council to update us on the things. So I would favor an ad hoc group if it's a liaison. I think that would be beneficial.
Mayor Pro Tem had her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify, are we talking specifically about who this committee is that's a decider, or are we talking about the merits of the proposal and in its whole?
So in the proposal, one of the concerns that has been elevated by multiple council members is I have concerns about who is making the decision. So just like we took Julie's small piece and said, okay, funding source, let's sort that out. Now we're sorting out who's going to be a part of the approval process.
Thank you for that clarification. I just want to make sure that I'm going to have ample time to ask the additional questions that I do have and share some additional thoughts. So I want to go back. I want to ask Corey a question. So Corey, the way that I've understand it in the last, going into the third year that I've been on council is that open meetings specifically pertain to the number of elected officials that are present. They don't necessarily pertain to staff meetings where decisions are being made. Is that correct?
That is correct. It takes 3 council members to require the meeting to be posted.
Great. So in the event that we don't have 3 council members present, then that means that it is not technically an open process or an open meeting, correct?
Correct.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. I think Councilmember Peterson pointed out, in a previous comment that transparency happens just because we have our meetings as elected officials in public. But there is quite a bit of work that happens in the background where elected officials are not present that is not privy to the public's eye or the public's dissection. So I think it's really important for us to understand as elected officials, what a public meeting is and what a public meeting is not. I really like the idea that the mayor put forward around having the outside agency funding committee take a look at this, or being very clear and transparent as to who is a decision maker in providing these grants, because I think our community is going to want to know, and I think that we have an obligation to answer that question for them. So whether it's outside agency funding committee or another group, I think that it makes sense that we determine who that is. And then my only other question is, in the event that we do designate a committee and have 3 or more council members, or we choose the outside agency funding group, will there be a vote that council has to approve of the grants in the same way that we do for all of the other outside agency funding programs?
Oh, that's a question for Corey. So is that, Corey, did you understand her question? So if we go with outside agency and they make a decision, does that then come back to council for a final vote? Or if we go with maybe a volunteer group of council to participate, can the decision just be made?
I'm gonna defer in the sense that I think council gets to decide what it wants the decision-making process to do. I think as presented, the idea is that council approves the program and staff would administer it. That's obviously not what's being discussed now. So if council wants a different process, I think council gets to decide who does what in that process.
So to that point, could we say 3 people on council are going to join Debbie's team and they are going to make the decision that as a collective team?
You could. If you delegated that authority to 3 council members and staff, that's one way to do it, yes.
Okay, so it is possible. We just have to be super clear about that designation. All right, Julie,
Correct.
You had your hand up next.
Yeah, and I'm just going to be brief. I support having outside agency or whoever. I think the people who volunteer know what they're getting into and they're willing to, accommodate their schedules to really make sure that this program moves along. So I definitely support that.
Okay. Councilmember Goff.
Okay. If at least three council members wanted to do this, I do not object, but I thought from what I understood, there's criteria that businesses have to meet, and then it's a first comes, first served basis. So I'm not really sure what kind of decision making is really involved beyond just, checking the boxes that they did it and the application came in on time. Now, I understand that we need to have some way to communicate to the public like what businesses did receive the grants or something like that. But I'm unclear as to how much decision making is actually going into this when we've spelled the criteria out and we've said it's first come, first served basis. What else would there be to decide? So I'm just a little confused about why, what the concern is about, or how a decision would be made differently than what's already been presented to us.
Becky?
I have a question for Heather. Heather, in all the boards and commissions that I've served on for 5 years, there has always been an outside body, for instance, with NURA, when they come to us for those loans and stuff, that reviews it and goes over it. Do we have any funding or anything like that we're not reviewing the process that staff has gone through? Because Debbie comes to the NURA meetings and she says, I suggest that we approve this, but she also lays it out for us very neatly on what we are approving and what, everything that goes along with that grant. I'm not so sure we have anything else that we're not asking for approval from a board or commission.
No, the procurement process, we have a specified process that staff uses when reviewing bids and proposals. And then the contract based on our purchasing policy comes to council if it's above $50,000. So there's checks and balances. But right. I'm not thinking of one. Jason, you can jump in if something's coming to mind, but
Debbie, what did you want to add?
Well, 2 things. One, we laid out, and again, Councilmember Brown, I apologize if I didn't do what you wanted, but on page 16, we did the grant review process exactly, and the process, and that's on page 16. If you want me to put that in a flow chart, I'm more than happy to do that. In my memorandum for tonight, as well as if you look at page 17, which is a scoring rubric, it was always our intention to have the staff be doing the review process for priority 1 and to consider a review task force, whomever the council wanted to do. Some thoughts might be 2 members from NURA, 2 members from council, or 3 members from council, maybe 2 from the ad hoc outside committee. So we're totally open, and it was always our intent to have the second portion, the priority 2 on the rubric, being, because some of that can be subjective. It's a yes or no, but it could be subjective. And so it was always our intent to have priority 1 criteria. That's just staff check the box, make sure they send in everything. They've got the full-time employees. They're in good standing. Priority 2 was always going to be an outside task force, whomever the council decided to appoint. So
can you tell me which of the items that I'm looking at on my list that is going to tell me that? I'm sorry, I opened up the Elevate small business grant.
Go to the next page on page 17. which is the rubric, the scoring rubric.
I'm going.
Okay.
Takes a minute.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, a lot.
So really quickly, Becky, I'm going to let you look.
Yeah, you guys go ahead.
I'll let Ashley comment. She had her hand up.
Okay. I don't know if it's relevant or not, but we do have the Vail board that hands out grant money, and the city council doesn't have to approve that. I don't know if that is one of that you were asking about, Becky. I'm not sure.
But you're a board that it goes to. You know what I mean? You're approving it as a board or commission.
Oh, no. I thought you were asking if boards had to bring it to council, and I was thinking Vail is not one that does that, so I misunderstood you. So yeah, I agree with Catherine. There's criteria. We're checking boxes here, but I would not be opposed to, I guess it's already worked in here in the rubric number 2. But yeah, I like the volunteer ad hoc group. And if it includes at least 3 council members, then we have that transparency. So I would agree with that.
So really quickly, can I just get a show of hands of council members that are interested in taking part in this process? I was expecting Councilmember Brown. So I have Councilmember Brown, Councilmember Peterson, and Mayor Pro Tem. That's the minimum. And so, like, if you think about it in the next couple of days, I'm guessing you can also volunteer. Does everyone feel comfortable with that as part of the amendment? No. So Peterson, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, just real quick. Keep in mind is with 3 council members, then it becomes as Mayor Pro Tem, brought up, it becomes a public meeting. Mm-hmm. And so you could, in fact, have a business that's applied for this grant sitting in on the very meeting that's approving their credentials or one of their competitors to consider.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what difference that would make? I'm sorry, I just need to.
Is somebody going to be more or less likely to look at the merits of a grant proposal if a member of the public that sent in the application is sitting there across the table from them, watching the dissecting of the economic bona fides?
I think I'm confused about what you're saying. When you described it, it made it sound very similar to when you applied to be on council and all of those other people were able to watch your interview.
Yeah, it's just something to consider. I'm not saying good or bad, I'm throwing it out there.
Okay. Are you still a yes to volunteer?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the concern about competitors listening in and having their merits weighed, but I was under the impression that this was a first come first serve program versus a weighing the value of one business over the other. Am I wrong?
No.
Madam Pro Tem, that is correct. If you look at the criteria for priority 2, business is locally operated in Northglenn, right? Resides in, is owned and operated. Do they reside in Colorado and do they manage in Northglenn? Yes or no? Business was operating successfully prior to the shutdown. Now, part of that is the financial data that they do provide to us. So that committee will be actually looking at that financial data. We ask for 6 months of their profit and loss and balance sheets and or their 941 from their 2019 taxes if they filed it. So again, that's an evaluation. Business has demonstrated that they have attempted to get other financial assistance. They do have to provide emails from their bank, the SBA number that they've actually applied or tried to apply for the EIDL or the PPP program or other programs. They have to have it. Maybe it might be an email to their or to their landlord saying, "Can you please defer my rent?" So they have to prove something to that. Business was a non-essential business or required to reduce their typical business operations. We do have businesses that have not closed down, who have not lost any people either. So they would not qualify under that. Business has to prove that they have a revenue loss. During this time, they have to prove that. And that is in the criteria. If you look at the grant, there is specifically items that they have to check to say where they lost their operations, where they've been hit the hardest in revenue. And then businesses taken steps to survive the economic crisis once in shutdown. Again, there's a question on the application that they have to write up to 300 words of what they're doing to make sure that they are going to be viable going forward. And then the last one, business needs grant for gap funding or continued operation. There is a question there that they have to fill out why they need this. So again, there is an element. The first part is just checking the boxes specifically. Did they turn all the paperwork in? Does the finance department say they're in good standing? That kind of thing. But then in phase 2, the criteria does change. They do have to evaluate the data, the attachments that they have to provide that are required in the application. So that's what the priority 2 criteria and that task force would be evaluating.
So really quickly, because I want to make sure I know we have other concerns. Joyce, I want to make sure that your voice is heard if you want to share something. But the 2 things that I feel like we've discussed so far, it seems like the majority of council is okay moving forward, amending it to earmarking CARES funding, and then also adding 3 specific council members to Debbie's team to be a part of the approval task force. What's next?
And also the 50%. The 2
Oh
months,
yeah.
50%.
Oh yeah. The 2 months, 50. Yes. Councilmember Goff, was that what you were going to say? Okay. So those are the 3 things I have so far. Where are we headed next? Councilmember Mullica?
So one of the things that I've heard as I've been talking to other council members from other cities about their programs and what was the discussion behind all of them, and some of them were super contentious like this and some of them were not. So it's really interesting to see how we're approaching this. But one of the things that's really important to a lot of these businesses moving forward is how to comply with these early opening guidance from the governor, so PPE, as well as providing social distancing measures in place. So one of the things that I was curious is what was the origination between just using this for rent or mortgage payments, and why is it that we decided not to go with just general operation funds? I forget what that decision was about.
Yeah, I'd be more than glad to address that. Looking at the different cities that we looked at, specifically Westminster, Golden, and then Northglenn, and there's others. A lot of them, the operating costs are very broad. They can use it for payroll. They can use it for landscaping. They could use it for payroll. They could use it for paying their rent. They could pay for their utilities. It was so broad that when the documentation came in, we would have to be going through all of these different, maybe they had 5 things that they used it for. So the rent was very clear. You have one receipt and it's only rent, and 45% of your operating costs is rent. So if you can't be open and your business closes because you can't pay your rent, that was the reason, the justification around that. Again, it was for easeability, because then we would have to have many, many, many receipts based on all of these different types of operating expenses that they might qualify for. Does that answer your question?
Okay, thank you. I didn't remember where that came from. Thanks.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I had forgotten that I raised my hand, so.
So you had mentioned that we were just talking about a couple things, but you had other concerns in your list. So pick one.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I guess what Councilmember Mullica said is really resonating with me in terms of, I appreciate that there are many small businesses that are struggling with rent right now. But I also know that as we look ahead and start opening up some of our businesses, that there's going to be a need for PPE. There's going to be a need for funding for businesses to change, maybe their cash register, or there are going to be other costs that they incur for trying to open up in a time of COVID. And so I'm wondering, I appreciate again that we're laser focused in here on rental assistance, but I'm curious why, we couldn't open up and also think about, extending this grant program for PPE, or maybe that's something that we look at when we have our discussion next Monday. But I don't want to leave that piece out, in that is an unexpected expense that small businesses can never anticipate. You don't anticipate a pandemic and work it into your budget. So I think that that's something we need to think about. I also, I feel like I have had heartburn about this first come, first served strategy from the beginning. Certainly I feel better about having, a task force that's been developed to ensure that, applications are in fact processed from a first come, first served basis, as opposed to, just hoping that they're processed in a first come, first served basis. But I'm wondering why we're just opening this up to everyone and not prioritizing our small businesses that had to close down first. So our small businesses like restaurants, or our hair salons or nail salons that had to close down before any other restaurants had to close down, before any other businesses closed down. And if there's an appetite to prioritize those folks who've been hurting much longer than others. I know that business models are definitely going to be impacted in the long run. And I know of at least one restaurant in Northglenn, or at least in Ward 4, that's not open for business because their business model doesn't allow it. And so I want us to be really thoughtful about how we prioritize folks that have been hit the hardest, as opposed to who has the resources to get an application in more quickly.
So that's another idea. Do I hear support for an amendment such as that? Julie?
Well, and actually, so I've looked at a lot of these cities' programs. My absolute favorite is the city of Arvada. One, because it's a loan program, which we can talk about later. But one of the reasons that I do also like their program is they actually have this statement. So loans will be awarded generally on a first come, first served basis, based on the time a qualifying business application is received. However, the city reserves the right to award loan funds to support participation across every area of the city, as well as to support diverse business types. And so I'm wondering if, I'm not really sure if that plays in with what Jenny was saying, but I felt like it kind of did. Maybe I'm misinterpreting, but I feel like that could be a really good add to really make sure that we're supporting a diverse group of businesses. And I'm going to let the task force, whatever they want to move forward with that. But I felt like it was a really good kind of approach.
So process question for Corey. If we are looking, do we need to sort that kind of detail out tonight? Or is that something that the task force can sort out as they begin?
I hate to answer it this way, but it depends, because it depends on what the changes are. If it's something that is contrary to what's currently in the documents that are in front of you in your packet, you need to amend it. If it's something that isn't covered, you can certainly give direction to the task force to implement it in that way. But you can't act in a manner through the task force that's contrary to what you approved tonight.
So Julie presented a statement that's really similar, but just has an extra detail to it. Is that an amendment, or is that a task force conversation?
I mean, I think it's an amendment because it is saying it's no longer first come, first served.
Okay. So I'd like to kind of find out if that's something that that was what Mayor Pro Tem just raised, but if it's not something that everyone is passionate about, it might be something that we could skip over and go to the next one. Does everyone want to have a conversation about the first come, first serve element? We can do thumbs up, thumbs down. I don't care.
What's it for?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Catherine.
Okay. When I look at the criteria here that are on the form, the scoring rubric, excuse me, it does say that that to be considered at the second priority criteria, the business was a non-essential business or was required to reduce their typical business operation. And it seems to me that that covers at least some of what, has been brought up by, and now at this point, I'm getting a little confused. I can't remember who it was, but restaurants or a kind of restaurant that their business model doesn't allow them to do the whatever takeout or whatever. I mean, that does address that kind of a need. It doesn't address the sort of diversity question. But if we were going to go with that route, that does sound to me like we have to do some kind of an amendment and, make a big change.
How do you feel about that, Catherine?
Well, if it doesn't delay things, if it doesn't delay the process, I like the idea of that. But on the other hand, I don't want us to keep amending and this just drags out and it's tomorrow before we even get to
Well, that's true. I mean, I think we have 4 key things so far. If this one is something else, when Julie read the Arvada one, to me, that was a catch-all. We reserve the right to not be strict about first come, first serve. I mean, it's kind of a blanket statement, kind of a CYA is how I heard it. And Corey's nodding, if that's the case, I support putting that language in there, and then that actually gives a little more flexibility to the task force. How do people feel about that?
That's fine.
Joyce is a go.
Yep, that's fine.
Can Councilmember Mollica reread the statement? I want to make sure that it's crystal clear in all of our minds.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Hold on one second. Let me go back here. Okay. So, however, the city reserves the right to award loan funds to support participation across every area of the city, as well as to support diverse business types. That's the statement they used.
I think it is a nice catch-all, and I support adding that.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, otherwise it's, you could end up with everybody from one ward or something like that. So I like that too.
Antonio, Ashley, can we get a thumbs up or a thumbs down maybe? Just to move forward on this piece. Jenny, how are you feeling about that? Okay, so I have my 4th amendment to this motion. 4th piece that we need to adjust in order to bring this to a vote. Is there anything else?
Can we have just 2 seconds to process, just a minute?
So let me, while we're processing, let me see if I can paraphrase the pieces that when we go to vote, that we're voting to change. So the first one is 2 half-month payments. The second one, I know Catherine was taking better notes than me. The second one was 3 specific council members have volunteered to join the team.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Catherine, what was the next one?
Well, that the funds come from the CARES.
Yes, CARES Act funding.
CARES Act.
And then the 4th one is adding the statement that Julie read that gives the task force a little more flexibility. Jenny.
So the one thing I want to add, and I'm not trying to frustrate anyone, I want us to think about it. Julie's laughing her face off. That's fine. Okay, so we approve a program this evening. There is nothing, absolutely nothing in our way from being able to add additional funding to this in the future as we take a full look at our community and all of our needs. And so I'm just curious. I'm not going to make another motion before we have the conversation, lesson learned, got it. How do folks feel about, can we go back to the original 500,000 that Debbie initially proposed, see how it goes, work through the process, have our conversation next Monday about what the full community picture looks like, and determine if we want to add additional funding at that time. Because I don't want us to spend a third of our money before we have it. And again, there is nothing that inhibits us from putting additional funding into that program if we see that there is a major need. And my thinking is, once we roll out this program and we're able to take a look at all of the applications that come in and we're able to total that up, we're going to have a better sense of what the actual need is versus just hoping that it's enough. And so I just want folks to consider, could we go back to Debbie's initial recommendation of $500,000 and start there?
Madam Mayor, I would just add that many of the cities are doing first round, second round, third rounds because they're finding out that the original allocation wasn't enough. So then they allocate more money and also another piece. So depending, like Thornton's on their third, Broomfield's on their third. So that might be a really good idea to do that. I have one other question for Corey, if I might, Corey. Just so if we go to the 3 council members, would that defeat the confidentiality clause that we have in there? Because we have, all the financial stuff that's in there that we have the caveat in there about the core request and all that. But I'm just thinking if it's an open meeting and we're talking about their financials.
It's a good question. It's a good question. The 3 council members would get the materials, but not all of the materials are public. So the amount of money, for example, that a sales tax paying business makes is not a public record. So there would be certain questions that would be off limits.
So to Jenny's request, a couple of things, just to kind of speak in response to that. One of them is, I do recall the reason we changed from 500,000 and doubled it is because of the number of businesses that qualify versus the number of businesses that the money, as far as it will stretch. And so we said, wow, if we double it, we can have a double impact because the numbers aren't perfect in my head, but there's something like 700 businesses will qualify. The money will stretch. 1 million will stretch to like 200 businesses. So we're still leaving 500 potential businesses without support. And also, to Debbie's point, because I've had conversations regionally with other cities, they're saying our money disappeared the first week. We needed to find more. Our money disappeared super fast.
Yeah.
It's flying out the window. And so I personally don't think we need to do that. Also, because if we go back to, Heather and Jason don't have exact numbers for us tonight. When you look at the ways we can spend CARES Act, while we have a ton of ideas, and we're going to talk about those next week, we are still limited to the CARES Act criteria. And so it's unlikely, it's going to be hard to spend $3 million. And she said that a couple times tonight. And so I think that's what gives us the freedom to spend a third, even though it feels like a ton of money. We're going to be, scrambling to find ways to meet that criteria to spend it all. And you never want to give back dollars like that. So I personally don't believe we need to lower that as part of this vote tonight, but I'd like to hear from other people. Julie?
Yeah, and so just kind of picking back off your idea, and I think that it's very clear everybody wants to help small businesses. I think timing is an issue. We want to get that money out as soon as possible for those who need it. One of the things that I would also like to try and address is where's the longevity of this money? So the reason why I bring this up is I had a conversation with Dot Miller, the mayor pro tem of Arvada, to talk about her program, how did it go down? And she brought a really interesting perspective that I liked. The reason why she really liked the loan program is that she's like, we sent out all of this money into the community. It's a no interest loan. They even have an early payoff, like deferment amount. So if you pay off 75% by this date, the rest of the 25% is forgiven. The reason why she loved that is because that money gets recycled and goes back to the community. So not only would we be helping people now, but we'd also be helping people a year from now, 6 months from now. I mean, whatever our payment off is. So what I would like to see is, what if we kind of did both with our money? If we did $500,000 in grants right now, and then we figured out a loan, a no interest loan, so that money could continue to recycle in our community. As you know, I mean, businesses aren't going to just need it now. They're going to need it a year from now.
Julie, to your point, and I want to go back to the CARES Act piece. I'm going to have Heather look at it. I'm fairly certain that the CARES Act is grant only, because we can't recycle it as a loan. So if we use CARES Act money for the grants, we can use general fund dollars for a loan program in addition to, and I don't think that's a terrible idea, but I think the funding sources are different. Heather.
Jason, jump in here and help me out if I articulate this incorrectly. So one of the nuances of the CEF loan program is the city's granting this money. It's a loan program, but we're essentially giving the money to CEF to grant it. So I don't know if we're going to need to follow up with the U.S. Treasury through Adams County and get additional guidance as to whether or not use of CARES Act funds could go towards that loan program, because it's essentially setting up a revolving loan program. We're not going to see the loan money come back to us, but it's going to function in the manner which Councilmember Mollica was describing in terms of a reinvestment. So that's one point of clarification, unless, Jason, you feel like we have enough guidance at this point.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add.
Okay, we need to check in again. Let's see. Joyce, I haven't heard from you in a while. What are you thinking?
I'm
tired.
I'm confused. I'm tired.
We're all tired.
I do not want to reduce the amount that we've got in there right now. And there's a lot of good points coming across. I think, we're getting pretty tired. And so I think it's getting harder to figure out what we really want to do, at this point. But
okay,
I would
so
not,
I heard all right.
Would not want to reduce the amount of money. So a loan program probably is good, but not for this source of money right here that we're talking about.
Okay. Ashley, how about you?
Is the question about reducing the amount of money?
Yes. Uh-huh.
No, I am good with the $850,000.
Okay. Councilmember Brown? Oh, you're muted, babe.
I would like to get some clarification from Councilmember Wilford. I want to try to make sure that I'm understanding what you're asking. Are you asking to, in this agreement that we're going to vote on next week, reduce that to $500,000 only until we can have our conversation in 2 weeks, and then we would bump that up, the additional $500,000 from the CARES money if we were to, once we could define it? Are you just asking for a placeholder until we catch our breath? Is that what it is that you're asking for?
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting that there's going to be a lot of need from small businesses. And I think that, I know that we're going to see this money, that people are going to apply for this money. And I want to make sure that we, as you mentioned, that we have a moment to just pause and catch our breath and make sure that whatever we're doing in the future with the rest of the CARES money is thoughtful, and that we're reaching as many residents as we possibly can.
I think I get what you're asking for now. It's not a reduction in the amount that we would give to the to our small businesses. It's 500,000 to start the initial process to get those first few loans through while we determine, do we want to add another 500,000 from CARES? Do we want to add another $1 million from CARES? Or do we want to chip in money from our general fund along with what we're going to use from CARES? I kind of see that as being, we're only talking about a couple weeks and the money is in our office. What?
No, so we're talking about, launching this program likely as soon as we approve this tomorrow, right? There's going to be some time for folks to then, apply and get their documents in. I can make the assumption, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, that, the folks that have the access to the most resources are going to be the first to apply. But, I see this as kind of a first round because we're only talking about 2.5 months of rent, and it's not even 2.5 or 2 months of full rent at this point. And I just have a hard time believing that 2 months of full rent is going to be all that our small businesses need over the next, year as we figure out what our new normal looks like or make that transition to normal. And I feel like they're going to need other things. And so I don't know. I don't want to just throw $1 million in or 850,000 in and that be the end of the conversation. I want us to put 500,000 in, pause, see if it's working, identify what the next need is, and then move forward.
Okay, so I'm hearing mixed support on this piece. Becky, we are going to vote on that hopefully soon tonight. The vote is coming right now for this this resolution with so far the 4 things that we have changed. I personally am too afraid to back it down because I'm afraid that that's the in for not fully funding it. So I don't support backing that down. I think it puts us at risk. I mean, I see Jenny's shaking her head not necessarily, but we could get halfway in and say, never mind. We're not going to re-up it. And I don't want to take that risk. So we need to see who else, what other kind of support, if we're going to add that or not, because we probably should, at least try to move forward with a vote in the next few minutes. So Councilmember Peterson.
Appreciate the points, but I favor funding it as is without a reduction.
Antonio, what are you thinking over there?
Baby steps. I love baby steps. What about Bob? Take some baby steps. I would go along with the 500,000 idea and see where we're at. There's so many unknowns. And what I've learned in life is when you make decisions based on unknowns, guess what? You come to regret it. And I think that the slower we go, put the money out there today, vote today for the 500,000, re-examine it. We'll have some more information next Monday. And there's no reason why we can't add the other 500,000 within a week.
Okay, so really quickly, for the first 4 things that we discussed, we seem to have consensus on moving. This one seems like we should probably do a formal motion for an amendment and a vote because we seem to be pretty close. How do people feel about that? Do you want to take a straw poll or do you want to do a formal motion like we did Jenny's? Corey's nodding.
Formal motion, Corey? Shake your head really high.
I would do a motion on the 500,000. The rest, it seems to me that you could probably do based on consensus.
Okay. So Jenny, do you have a formal motion?
I'll make a motion and then afterwards I just want a moment to speak.
Okay.
So I move that we amend this resolution to be 500,000 in the grant program.
I second it.
Okay. Does anyone want to talk about it before we vote? Jenny?
I just want to be very clear in that I am not looking at reducing this program as an out and as a way to not fund future needs of small businesses. I'm a former small business owner. I support small businesses. My husband is a small business owner. I understand just how difficult the decisions that folks are having to make right now. And I'm not proposing this amendment as a way for us not to fund the program. I want us, as Antonio, as Councilmember Escobar pointed out, I want us to take baby steps, and I want us to be able to put every single option that we possibly can on the table next Monday when we're talking about how to creatively fund the needs of our community during this year. There is no guarantee whatsoever that businesses, are going to be able to recover enough after being paid half their rent for 2 months in order to be able to stay open for business. And B, there's no guarantee that we're going to get additional funding for any COVID-related impacts to our community. So I really want us to stretch this as far as we possibly can. And in the event that we need to open up a second round of funding for our small businesses, I want us to be able to do that, which is why I'm asking to decrease the first round of this funding. We're talking about 2 weeks.
Julie?
Yeah, so I support reducing it to $500,000, and a couple of reasons why I do want to do that is because I actually think it's the smart thing to do to be nimble and responsive. I'm not convinced that this $500,000 just going to rent and mortgage payments is going to solve all our small businesses' problems. I think also, we're going to learn a lot from this initial wave of applicants, and maybe we find out there's different needs. Maybe we need to up it up to businesses that have up to 50 employees. I mean, there's still more information that we could get. This is just a pilot. It's always good to run a pilot so that you work out the kinks. So that's why I think it could be really helpful. Again, and if we choose not to fund it more, then it's a group decision that we decide to do because we decided that there were other priorities. So I think that this is just a smart way to go and to really be flexible.
Okay, Becky and then Catherine.
I think, am I still muted? Wait, am I?
Nope, we hear you.
Okay, sorry. I think that the $500,000, and I'm trying to get this, the $500,000 that Jenny is speaking to is just a placeholder until we take a pause. I have full intentions of granting, of approving $1 million out of the CARES Fund, right? Totally get that. I don't have a problem using somebody else's money. I'm totally okay with that. I'm all for it. Hallelujah. But I think I think that we should put a stopgap on it. You know what I mean? We have a study session next week. If we agree, the next week after that, if we agree to fund it to the exact same things that we have in there right now, fine, we can fund it. But there is going to not be a lack in payment to the small businesses. There's not going to be a tomorrow we're going to cut a check to any business for 6, 10, 15, or 25,000. Right? It's just not going to happen. We don't have the steps in place. We don't have applications. Our businesses haven't told us what they need. So I don't really see a problem with bringing it down to 500 as a placeholder, knowing that you have my commitment to $1 million to our small businesses, but having this allow us a chance to not confine it to rent, because that may not be, after listening to other council members, that may not be what they need. So the 500,000 gets the program going. We meet in 6 days. If we could take those 6 days and then figure out where we're going, does that criteria need to change? I think we have to maybe take the emotions out of tonight.
Okay, thank you. Catherine.
Well, I was just going to say that the idea of like waiting to find out what our businesses need or how well this is going to work, I can't see that we would know that for at least a month until after they've gotten that first check, and we're seeing, that they were able to pay their rent or whatever these other criteria that we're looking for. So this just to me seems like too long of a delay, and I don't think that. From what we've heard from other municipalities and from what we've heard from Debbie and other contacts with small businesses in our city, that that $500,000 is going to be enough. $850,000 is probably not going to be enough. So to cut it down now when people need it now, or as soon as we can get it to them, doesn't make sense to me. I mean, I'm not convinced that that's the way to go, since we've already gone around and discussed this and come up with this amount of money that I'm just not convinced that dropping it down now is going to do anything but delay getting that money to people who need it.
Can I ask Corey a question, Meredith?
Yes.
Corey, so if we agree to the $1 million, right, from the CARES Fund to this small business loan, are we then tied to rent payments, and that's all we can help them with this $1 million? So we wouldn't be able to help with plexiglass in front of cashiers, the food people's thingy, we wouldn't be able to help them with any of that out of this money, PPE, things like that. If we put the $1 million towards this, would we then have to find a different source of money for anything else that they need?
That's a really, you have tonight a program in front of you. It doesn't have any of that in it. That doesn't mean you can't change it later. But right now, the program you have in front of you doesn't have any PPEs for the $850,000 for this grant program. It's just not there.
It's just all a rent. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding it. The way that we have
it. That's what's in your packet.
So we would have to do an amendment if we were going to change the criteria on the small business loans. Like, so if our businesses come back to us and they say, I'm sorry, I don't need help with my rent. I need help getting my PPE so I can get my business going, right? We would then have to come back and amend this to allow that, or find a different revenue stream.
Or do a new one. But this program that you're looking at tonight does not have those provisions in it.
Right, it's just rent.
So something to think about, Becky, and I know you're really on top of your budget. I know that if I get help with one area of my budget, I can shift my funds to spend them in a different way. So I think as a business owner, help with my rent, I can then readjust my budget to figure out how I'm spending my money. That's just something I'm thinking about. But for right now, the proposed motion from Mayor Pro Tem is to amend this program, this CR 78 that's in front of us, from the $850,000 for grants to $500,000 for grants. We had a motion for that. We had a second for that. Any other discussion before we vote on that piece?
I think I'm confused, Meredith. I apologize with the dollar amounts we're talking about, because at one time we talked about bumping it up from last week from 500,000 to $1 million. And then there was the conversation 850 towards grants, and then dumping the water out and putting 150 towards the loans, which doesn't really work. So are we talking only about $850 or $850,000, or are we talking about $1 million?
So what you have in front of you, CR 78 is $850,000 for the grants, and CR 79, which is coming next, is the $150,000 that we did talk about last week, going into the Colorado Enterprise Fund, which is the loan program, I believe, through Adams County. So both Heather and Debbie have spoke about that one. So right now, the motion on the table is just about CR 78, and that goes from $850,000 to $500,000. So we just need to vote on that piece, and then we'll be able to move to the next section, which is voting for the program with the 4 amendments that we all agreed on.
Thank you for the clarification.
Oh, you're
so we're
welcome.
only talking about 850,000, right? At this point.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
So the motion is so what we're going to vote on right now is, do we want to lower 850 to 500,000? So Joanna, can you call the vote?
Mayor Leidy?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich?
No.
Councilmember Peterson?
No.
Councilmember Downing?
No.
Councilmember Brown?
Yep.
Councilmember Goff?
No.
Councilmember Duran Mollica?
Yes.
Councilmember Escobar?
So Antonio stepped away. I don't know. How do we move forward with an absentee council member? Ah, there he is.
Councilmember Escobar?
I'm sorry, what are we voting on? Duty call.
On the motion to amend CR 78 to decrease funding for the grant program to $500,000.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty, so I'll close that vote, and the motion, as I just stated, fails with a 4 to 5 vote. The affirmative votes were cast by Mayor Pro Tem Wilford, Council Members Escobar, Brown, and Mollica. Sorry about that.
Thank you. So I believe we're ready for a motion, and I'm actually going to ask Catherine to do it because you have all the notes. So double check. Corey's going to lean in, but if you could move to approve CR 78 with the 4 things, and then, oh, Joanna.
Well, we already have a motion on the floor to approve CR 78. So my question would be, are the 4 items being accepted as friendly amendments?
I think so.
Okay. So then we wouldn't need a separate motion if that's the case.
Who is the maker of the motion? Who made the motion? Do you have it?
Councilmember Brown made the motion and Councilmember Peterson seconded.
So it's up to Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Peterson to accept them as friendly.
Unmute yourself.
I'll accept it as a friendly motion.
Ditto.
Okay. Excellent.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a question before we vote? Oh, you're muted.
Thank you for that. I was just wondering if anybody had any final closing comments before we voted. I want to make sure that everybody has a moment to really share what they're feeling or thinking right now.
Julie?
So I just have a quick comment, really. So I'm going to be a no on this. I'm really passionate about that amount going down to 500,000. That's what Debbie originally proposed to us on April 13th. And I think that there's no reason why we can't proceed cautiously, especially as we have so much to assess. And I mean, we don't know what Monday's presentation is going to bring. And so I think the 500,000 allows us the ability to really have good discussion and make just really good decisions about how we want to use this CARES Act funds.
I appreciate that. And between now and Monday, I do recommend that everyone take some time to read Heather's email and to pull up the CARES Act and to go through it. I think that will be really helpful to all of us having a shared understanding of the conversation. Any other comments? Councilmember Brown. Oh, you're muted.
I think I'm getting tired. I'm going to be a no on this. I think that we are trading dollars for donuts, because I really think that we need it. We need to put it at 500,000 and give ourselves a break for a week. It's a week. It's 6 days before we would agree to put the other 500,000 and maybe not restrict it to rent payments. But so for those reasons, I'm going to vote no. I don't feel like we have the correct dollar amount attached to this, or the intention if we keep it stuck with just rent. So there's mine. I'm going to vote no.
Okay, thank you.
Divided by
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I appreciate the conversation that we've had. I appreciate that there have been friendly amendments that, you know, we've all been able to agree to. But I'm going to be frank in that I'm feeling really frustrated, and you know, maybe that's just the process playing out. Maybe that's, you know, all of us coming to this conversation and having, you know, feelings about the direction that we want to go. But I'm frustrated because I feel like we've spent so much time as a council talking about how, you know, compromise is always in the best interest of our community. And it's, you know, conflict is healthy in the way of finding the best solution for all of us in Northglenn. And I feel like we are, you know, again, spending our money before we have it. And I feel like we're spending our money before we're able to have a full conversation with our community, as well as a full conversation with our stakeholders. And that just doesn't feel right to me. I feel like I tried to present a series of amendments that would bring forth a compromise, so that, you know, we could proceed cautiously. And you know, I understand that none of this is personal; it's all business. That's been the theme of this evening. But I'm frustrated, and you know, I feel like we're all dug in on our own perspectives, and I just really want to challenge each of us as we consider how we're going to spend the next $2 million of our CARES funding. I really want to challenge you all not to dig in. I really want to challenge you all to think big picture about what the needs of all of our residents are, because, you know, I understand that our small businesses are hurting, but our residents are hurting too. Our residents are facing unknowns that they probably haven't had to face before, between losing their jobs, you know, potentially losing their homes. And, you know, I'm just frustrated that this evening it feels like we are putting small businesses ahead of them. And I understand that other folks disagree, and we are all entitled to the way that we feel. But I just, you know, I really continue to question whether or not this grant program is going to save our small businesses as we look and stare down the long road to recovery and face our new normal. And I don't know that this is going to save them. Additionally, I'm really concerned about the precedent that we're setting this evening. We've had groups approach us in the past and demonstrate a need and ask for funding. I mean, we're talking about everything from homelessness to food insecurity to student activities, and we haven't provided that funding. And I worry that, you know, as future councils look back on this economic uncertainty and look at the way that we're handling it, they're going to use this as an example. And I continue to be concerned that when our members of NURA, who have guided us through so many critical decisions, are not completely on board with this, I can't vote yes, knowing that some of the leaders who've really stewarded, who've steered this ship in years have concerns about this. I can't vote yes. So I appreciate all of the discussion. I've appreciated all of the passion. And, you know, I'm really going to look forward to our conversation next Monday and hope that everybody comes with an open mind.
Thank you. So, while it may seem that we have kind of circled around and possibly beat a dead horse and got stuck, I would argue that we made some very considerable concessions through conversation. We heard all the different perspectives. I think the best part of democracy is we do not have to agree. We made 4 agreeable, friendly amendments to this, and I think that's actually a celebration. So, Joanna, will you open the vote?
Mayor Leidy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
No.
Councilmember Whitkovich.
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson.
Yes.
Councilmember Downing.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
No.
Councilmember Goff.
Yes.
I'm sorry, will you repeat that?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran Malika.
No.
Councilmember Escabel.
No.
CR 78 as amended passes with 4 no votes. The no votes cast by Mayor Pro Tem Wilford, Council members Escabel, Brown, and Malika.
Thank you. So now I'm going to lean in to our city manager and city attorney about which way to move forward. I would like to move forward with CR 79 and get that resolution because it seems.
Well, my recommendation for council is that we move forward with this over to the public hearing and second reading.
Excellent. Okay, so we're going to move on to the third resolution, CR 79. Joanna, will you read the title?
Resolution authorizing and approving the City of Northglenn's participation in the Colorado Enterprise Fund COVID-19 Relief Loan Program. Use of appropriated funds in the amount of $150,000 to be contributed to the loan program and the execution of necessary agreements related to the program.
Motion to approve.
Second. City manager, will you fill us in a little bit here?
Actually, I'll let Debbie fill in the details because we have received additional details from the last time we talked with council about this program. The key thing to know is that this is a revolving loan program. So we're granting, the city's granting CEF money that we will not get back, but it'll be used solely for loans for Northglenn businesses as we move forward. So Debbie, do you want to talk about the interest rate and all those other mechanics that we've learned about in the last week?
Oh, unmute, Debbie. That's okay.
So easy to do, isn't it? Not a lot has changed, with the exception of what City Manager Geyer had said was we were thinking loan in our head, but it is a revolving grant that we're granting the money to CEF through the Adams County program. And in order to take advantage of the Adams County program, they're paying down a lot of our costs. So that's why we want to go through Adams County. But so a couple things that I'll say is after talking to CEF, Colorado Enterprise Fund, we had initially said we'd like to propose $10,000 so that we could serve more businesses, but CEF's policy is less than 25. So we can't go down to less than 10. So that has changed since then. The terms of the loan are the same, 3.5, and again, not to exceed 25 versus 10. Maximum loan duration is 6 years. 6-month interest-free on the payments for the loan. Quick underwriting and approval within 14 days. But the thing that we didn't know last week was what the loan criteria was going to be. Because as I said, CEF will be doing the approval on this, not the City of Northglenn. So the loan criteria for Colorado Enterprise Fund is, generally speaking, I mean, it can change, but this is like their guidelines, is a credit score of 550 plus. Time in business has to be a minimum of 6 months and what their revenues have been. There's no collateral involved. The loan capacity is based on their business financials. And then there's the last component, which is character, is what they refer to as the viability to pay it back in their credit history. So with that said, again, we were looking for general fund reserves for $150,000 to be able to implement in May. And we would in turn, work with Colorado Enterprise Fund. We did get a loan yesterday. We did get a draft of a loan, the loan agreement through CEF. So we got that yesterday. We haven't reviewed that because we just got it yesterday. But other than that, there's not a lot that has changed. So the question is do we want to fund the $150,000 through the Adams County program?
So Debbie, you mentioned in our previous discussion that this might, because it is a revolving loan, it's more like a grant, we might be able to use CARES Act funding for this one as well. Is that the case? Because the whole night we've been...
Right. I'm going to defer that with Heather and Jason, but from what I heard before that we discussed that she was going to check to make sure it was going to be, it qualified. Heather, why don't you chime in here?
Yes, I mean, that's exactly right. I have the guidance from the CARES Act, and it allows us to, for expenditures related to the provision of grants for small businesses. This is really honing in on a finite detail, so I just need to check with Ray and make sure, because what could potentially happen, and I don't want to have happen, is we get audited. Because this is such a large amount of money, we'll have to do a single audit as part of our regular audit, and I don't want us to have to be deficient in terms of use of funds and then have to move money around. So let me just ask the question to make sure my interpretation is appropriate, that because we're granting the fund, it's called a loan, but it's a revolving loan, and that we're not going to get that money back.
Got it. Becky?
And then I would also, I'm sorry. I was just going to also say, because it's a revolving loan, as the money is getting paid back, it keeps getting put in that same fund. So other businesses later can take advantage of that if we want to extend it past COVID-19 after all the payments have been done.
Nice. Becky?
Okay, here's my thought. I'll make it as fast as possible. I would be voting this down. I feel that last week, when we talked about $1 million, when we talked about this, when we talked about that the $150,000 was a token that was thrown towards those of us that had wanted to use the loan program. I think it's redundant and ridiculous to put $150,000 over into Adams County. And that's why I tried to talk to you all about pushing the other one up to $1 million, holding off to 500, because what's $150,000 going to do? Nothing. Why would we want to tie up our residents having to go through funding and everything for $150,000? It's a waste of time. So I'll be voting this one down. Thank you.
Julie?
So I guess I'm just confused and just a little frustrated because I was just told that CARES Act can't go towards loans, and that's why we couldn't do that on the last resolution. And now there might be a possibility that we can, but yet, so I don't know. I just kind of feel like we don't really know, yet we're making decisions off of information we don't know. I'm just a little frustrated by that because I think the real benefit to our city is a loan program, and yet I was told that we can't do it on the last resolution. So now I'm just really confused overall, and definitely, I don't know, maybe we just need to just stop spending money and actually have all the information and make a decision that really makes sense.
Jason, I'd love your input.
So I was just going to say that the real kind of the gray area on this piece is that the city is technically granting Colorado Enterprise Fund the money to then allow them to turn it into a loan program. So that's why the city manager's comment of double checking the loan concept is out there.
So we could have granted the $850,000, some of that into a loan program, right? But yet that information wasn't provided in our last conversation. I guess I'm just a little frustrated because we just made a decision on incomplete information. That's all.
Catherine?
Well, I think I might have lost my train of thought there. We could have put that $850,000 to the CEF fund, but that's Adams County, managing this program. And I think we had talked about this before. And the reason that we had decided to divide the money up the way we did is because this loan program is going to take a lot longer for anybody to see them actually receive the money. And it is a loan that somebody else is going to be managing. I'm a little sort of disappointed that we aren't going to see any of that money back. But I guess as people pay it off and it gets put back into that fund for more Northglenn businesses to access, that makes me somewhat happier. But it was a little disappointing to find out that aspect of it. And that might be all I have to say now, because that's all I can remember.
Joyce?
I'm just curious, could we add more money at a different time since there's a concern that this is not enough? I'm just curious.
Yes, I don't see that. Yes, I was going to say yes.
It's a simple answer.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So, all right. That answers my question for now.
Jenny?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can we clarify? I was not under the impression that it was Adams County, like the commissioners making these decisions. I thought it was a third party that was reviewing all of these different loans and taking on the risk.
That's correct.
So it's not right.
It's going into a big Adams County portfolio. So all of the cities are putting in money just like we are. So let's just use our data as an example. Their $250,000 that they have, they're putting their $250,000 into what we call the COVID relief fund through Adams County. And by doing it through the Adams County portfolio, we're being able to get low interest rates for our businesses. They're not having to pay the loan. Adams County is actually absorbing the loan origination fee and the closing costs, which would normally cost a business 3% approximately. And then CEF is actually, and I'm not going to go through all the dynamics of how it all works, but there's a 10% administration fee, but CEF is actually donating 10%. So it's kind of a wash. So the reason why we're going through Adams County is so that we get the good low interest fees, because we wouldn't get that just by going through CEF. We're getting it because we've got a big portfolio of money of all the cities. And by doing that, and because they made an agreement with CEF up to $5 million, that they could be able to have this fund for each individual city. And whatever they put in, whether it's Arvada putting in 250 or us putting in 150, it's only for their businesses. So in order to get the benefits of the low interest rates and not having to pay the origination fees and closing costs, it brings down the cost to the businesses versus going straight to CEF, which the cost would be higher.
Great.
Jason,
I appreciate that.
Jason, do you want to add something to that?
No, thank you.
Okay, so back to my questions. Debbie, I think you said something like it was 14 days between the loan being originated and closing. Is that correct?
Well, that's what they were saying. But when we did talk to them, they said they've been bombarded. So at that time, when they were putting this together, the disbursements would be average 14 days after the application is reviewed and approved. And then the hope would be that they could get the money out to them within 14 days. But I can tell you CEF is making loans all over, not just the state of Colorado, but mostly Colorado, and working with so many banks that they did say they can't commit to that 14 days.
So we're looking at a loan program that can get folks out money in 14 days, but it's going to take us 3 weeks to cut a check as well as go through our own internal process. I feel like I'm being completely hoodwinked right now. Like this is an option that's on the table that we could have put $850,000 in, where we wouldn't be asking our residents to take on the risk of a small business that could not get a loan, and they can get money just as quickly. I am furious. And I cannot believe that we were just given misinformation and now asked to make a decision on this.
Well, this has been the information that we've had all along. If you go back to the memo
I don't
from
know
last
that it
week.
is, Debbie, because you just shared that there was all of this new information this evening.
Well, just the loan criteria and that we can't do 10,000. We have to do 25.
Mayor, can I interject?
Yes, please.
I would like to better understand what misinformation is perceived to have been given. I think I was very explicit about the additional information that we learned about this loan program. I have been fully transparent about the need to clarify the gray area in terms of whether or not use of this loan program funds we can use under the CARES Act funding. So please help me understand what information I need to clarify for council's benefit.
I mean, I'm happy to respond to that, and it looks like there's another hand up. But, you know, after going through this process of hearing that $850,000 couldn't be put into a loan program because there was no guarantee that we'd be able to, you know, use that we wouldn't be able to utilize CARE funding for that loan program, and now being told that, well, it's gray area, we might be able to use that get that $150,000 reimbursed now from CARES. That is misinformation.
Well, I
agree with that statement.
Mayor, may I speak?
Yes, please.
I think there's been a lot to this discussion, and I don't think I said anything to that effect. You know, certainly I've been very direct about what the guidance shows on this paperwork. So I will follow up, but I don't think I ever said that you couldn't use the funding. So I've been clear about the lanes. And so certainly, you know, let me know if you want to do something differently. Adams County invited us to participate in this program. So, you know, certainly it's up to council whether or not you want to participate in this program. This request was put before us, the loan program request was put before us before we got the guidance on the CARES Act funding. So that's why there's that piece that I need to reconcile and just be 100% certain that the city can get reimbursed for it.
So really,
and this
quickly,
has all happened within a matter of weeks. So I have no intent to mislead council or present misinformation at all.
So before Julie, I'm a little confused because of exactly what Heather said. The only new element, aside from small changes that Debbie shared, we had all of this information last week, and we had a conversation about it. So if I threw people off by asking if it was something that could be in the CARES Act, if it could be earmarked for CARES Act money, then maybe that's what threw people off. But we had this conversation. I mean, they presented all the information to us last week. And we said not Becky, I will acknowledge that. She was like, nope, let's just keep it all together. But there was a voice for, let's put $150,000 in this direction based on the information we had at the time. So I personally do not feel hoodwinked or misinformed or furious. I think if circumstances around this loan have changed your opinion, then by all means, when we vote on it, you can your conscience. Julie, go ahead.
So I started talking about a loan program on the last resolution an hour ago. We could ask Bob to go back and look at the tape. I asked that, and I was told you cannot use CARES Act funds for a loan.
Right.
Just in this conversation.
No, so let's go back because maybe you missed this part. This says Colorado Enterprise Fund Relief Loan. And when Jason described it, It's actually a grant we give and then they loan. So while this particular one might qualify for CARES Act funding, actual loan programs like the one you were talking about do not. This one, the way it's structured, might. And they didn't say it would, they said it might, based on the way that this loan program is functioning, because this isn't money that we get back. So when we have this conversation,
I get that.
Right.
But it's a revolving loan, which I was talking about. I was told we couldn't even do it. It was shut down right away. So I guess I'm a little frustrated because I feel like this is a viable option that we should have had a conversation about, and it should have been part of this conversation from our last resolution, like I was bringing up, and I was shut down saying this is not an option. So I'm just really, I hope you can understand how I'm frustrated with this, because I think loans are the better option, and I would have put $850,000 towards the CEF loan program, because then we're going to be able to help more businesses over time, which makes sense. But no, that was not even considered, and it wasn't even on the table. And that's why I'm really frustrated with all of it, because we're making decisions with information that is not complete.
So Julie, I can apologize directly to you that is not what I was understanding that you were describing. So I did not mean to shut you down. I did not understand that you were discussing this exact type of program. I thought you were advocating for a loan that we would facilitate. I apologize if you felt shut down. I was misunderstanding what you were describing. And like I said, this, we don't even know if it can. It might was what we heard. I asked the question right at the beginning because I was wondering. But I apologize for that. That was not intended. I misunderstood what you were saying. Catherine, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I totally can appreciate both Julie and Jenny being frustrated about this, because this is complicated, and we've been going around on this for a long time. But Julie, when you had brought up earlier to do a loan like an interest-free loan, and if they paid 75%, they could get 20. We could write off the other 25%. That is the kind of thing that the CARES Act will not fund. And my understanding at this point is that the city doesn't have the wherewithal to set up and manage and whatever, do all the paperwork and infrastructure that you'd have to do to run a program like that. So that's what I thought you had, when you brought that up. I agreed at that time that CARES funding wouldn't be appropriate for that, because it's not spelled out that way. But I could see how it's confusing. What my confusion at this point is if we do pass this $150,000 allotment towards the CEF, and then we find out that it doesn't qualify for the CARES money, then what happens? Are we taking it out of the general reserve at that point, or can we make do we have to make an amendment that says if it's not qualified for CARES, then we take it out of? I'm a little confused about that part of it.
Jason, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, this is a commitment that would be coming out of the general fund. If we're able to recover the expenditure through the CARES Act, that's obviously a priority.
Becky?
I just want to ask a question. What is the intent of sending $150,000 over to this loan program? Why would we? What's the intent? What are we as council thinking about this? Because I don't see why we would spend $150 over there if $850 wasn't enough over here. Why are we why would we want to send our residents over to Adams County? So that's kind of where I'm struggling, and that's why I said at the beginning that I would be voting it down. But I need to understand why we're at this point with just $150,000. I looked at, we do the numbers, $25,000 over there. That's going to help six businesses, right? So I wonder why, and I don't mean to be rude, that we're wasting our time on it, because that's why I said at the beginning that I felt like it was a kind of like a token that was thrown at those of us that were advocating for a loan. I think that at this point right here, we're wasting our time. And that we're just wasting our time, because what is the purpose of sending 150 over there other than to pacify those council members who wanted to talk about a loan? So I don't even, honestly, I'm going to be so rude as to say, I don't even think this takes a conversation. It goes all the way back to the fact that I would have approved $1 million in the grant program. But y'all wanted 850, and I mentioned it I brought it up several times. But to send $150,000 over to Adams County, which is a drop in the bucket, will only benefit 6 of our small businesses. Why would we do that? It sounds like it's more of an administrative mess, or it just doesn't make sense to me that we would point some people, except for you could have a larger amount, over to Adams County, but the rest of you, 850,000, you come on over here and you can apply with the city. Just throwing that out.
Thank you. Antonio had his hand up.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Becky.
Not again. That's against our religion.
It doesn't. It was the Chargers who drafted me.
Oh, I traded teams of Indianapolis.
Anyway, it didn't make a whole lot of sense to fund 6 businesses. And we don't even know if this money qualifies. And we're making this decision tonight. I'm a no. Thank you.
Joyce, how are you feeling? I saw your hand.
Yeah, no, I've been listening to the conversation, and I may have missed this somewhere along the line, but Debbie, do we have any sense how many businesses would want to go for a loan versus, I know how many 6 you're saying could, they could benefit, but how many would really go after a loan versus a grant, I guess is my question.
Well, I think the number one thing that the businesses want is money now. So that's why the grant money was there. But just to reiterate, when we first put the grant program together, we had not been approached by Adams County about the CEF program. It came the next week. So we didn't know about that. So we decided to bring that forward because Adams County, the commissioners, the county administrator, what they wanted was a unified program with all the cities participating, if at all possible. So this gave another source of potential revenue for our businesses. The grants is what the businesses want because it's right now you don't have to pay it back, which makes sense. But there are going to be other businesses that haven't qualified for any of the financial assistance. And this would be another opportunity for them to get a loan up to $25,000 that they don't have to pay back for 6 years. So granted, it's not a lot of money, but again, I just want to say that it was never the intent to pacify for the loan piece. It came in after, the week after we had submitted the grant program, Adams County approached us. And so that's when we brought it forward.
Just to clarify for you, I don't think that you pacified me. Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's not you. It's council as a whole. Right before we ended the last meeting last week was that, okay, 850 here, 150 to the loans, can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I don't know why that keeps going through my head, but that's what I'm saying was pacification.
Okay.
Not
Thank
you
for clarifying.
Okay. Thank you.
And if I could just add on to what Debbie was sharing, Mayor and the rest of council, we were, from a staff perspective, trying to keep at $1 million. And so because this additional tool came forward, we were breaking them apart, being mindful that we were asking City Council to consider one-time use of general fund reserves.
Any other final thoughts before we move to a vote? Okay, Joanna, will you call the vote?
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
No.
Councilmember Witkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Downing,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
No.
Councilmember Goff,
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Malika,
No.
Councilmember Escabel,
No.
CR 79 passes with 4 no votes cast by Mayor Pro Tem Wilford, Council members Escabel, Brown, and Malika.
Okay, so now we're going to back up and we're going to do the public hearing. So CB 1944. Joanna, will you read the title?
A bill for a special ordinance amending the 2020 budget, recognizing revenues and appropriating expenditures by supplemental appropriation for the payment of the costs and expenses of the municipal government agencies and offices of the City of Northglenn, Colorado for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2020.
Motion to approve.
Well, I'm going to open the public hearing. Hold on.
Oh, my bad.
I will now open the public hearing on CB 1944. Joanna, were there any comments received prior to the meeting on CB 1944? Or is there anyone who has signed up to speak?
There were no comments received prior, and there are no callers on the line at this time.
I'm so surprised. So I had a question, and I don't know if it's allowed now or if it's in the next piece. If the public hearing is just about the public, I can move forward. Yes, he's nodding. Okay. So there's none. So hearing none, I will close the public hearing. There you go. All right. So now we're moving into ordinances on second reading, CB 1944. We previously heard the title. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Ooh, okay. So Jason is here. Wow, you're a trooper. Thank you for being here. Will you provide a summary?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm going to do this briefly. So what we have here is supplemental appropriations to identify a handful of things that are not capital improvement project related. Capital improvement projects have been budgeted and allocated and encumbered from 2019 or earlier, and we're just carrying over the budget estimated dollars that we had put in place when we did the 2020 budget. A couple of other items that are included in this budget amendment are recognizing grant revenue and expenditures for the census, charge ahead electric station, and sensory playground improvements. Capturing small business grant program for $1 million total, and $2.2 million residential street program transfer from the general fund to the capital projects fund. We've talked about those previously. And let's see. So if there's any questions specific to any line items, we can chat about those. Otherwise, we're just approving additional budget expenditures across funds, as you can see in the ordinance.
So, Jason, the question I had was, since we just passed out of order resolution CR 78 with an earmark for CARES Act, what does that do for this ordinance?
So we don't need to make any changes to this. Really, the appropriation is the key. So we have appropriated $1 million. Regarding the earmark for the CARES Act, that will be something that we put towards the CARE Act dollars as we move forward. But we don't need to do anything to this supplemental.
Okay. Any discussion? No. Okay. Joanna, will you call the vote, please? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry about that.
Everyone does it once a meeting.
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Peterson?
Yes.
Councilmember Downing?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran-Mullica?
Yes.
Councilmember Escabel?
No.
CB 1944 on second reading passes with 1 no vote cast by Councilmember Escabel.
Okay, so public invited to be heard.
Is there Can I talk as the public?
I don't.
I just wanted to, Antonio, I just want to talk about your hair for a half minute. You've been laughing at me all night. So I'm going to talk as the public and tell you, I'm going to come over and trim your hair for you. I know. Look how long it is. Sorry, Mayor. I don't think I've ever seen it that long.
Joanna, will you confirm that there's no one who would like to speak to council at this time?
No comments are in my inbox and there are no callers on the line.
Excellent. There being no further business, we are adjourned.
Good night.
Good night.